Hello? Hello, it is I, LCX, and welcome to L Talks, the stream, the replacement for Emulation Nation. And with me today is my special guest, Logan, our LDP. Special guest, Logan, our LDP.
What the
Hi.
hell?
Our
It's like
Hi.
going.
No. that was a prank.
Oh,
That was a
because you
prank.
had the. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm a communist. A filthy communist.
Right now you are, yes. Okay, would you like to introduce yourself? I think everybody already knows you, but maybe you'd like to.
Sure. I'm LDP, Aldina Productions. I have my own channel. I do a bunch of things. I am streaming Cave Story, and I just started streaming Persona 3 Reload. I also do a thing every Sunday, although I will not be doing it tonight, where it's Rompori. Basically, it was the original Emulation Nation. So if you're sad about Emulation Nation going away, definitely check out Rompori. I take requests. I have a list of curated games. I have a pretty decent backlog, and I like to try and find sort of like some hidden gems, some hidden turds, and ultimately something that's good stream fodder. Something that's entertaining.
Alright, thank you very much, Logan. Let me welcome some people into the stream. Hello, Katsu, welcome. Neo Phantom, and Rubber Kraken General. Yes, welcome to the stream, guys. If you have any questions you want to ask LDP here, I'm sure he'll be willing to answer you. But for now, I have prepared a few topics for us to talk about. Alright?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
I did not prepare anything, so hopefully
Well, it's okay. You said you would. Why you do that? You said you'd prepare some topics. Your community is locked. Hello, Master 8. Welcome. Anyways, with that said, okay, here's the first question. What's your opinion on the Makoto Shinkai movies that you watched?
Those were the ones I watched a couple of months ago, right? I forget the names already.
Hello, Mid-Tier Guard. Yes, couple months ago? Was it? Okay, well,
I
anyways,
think something like that.
5 centimeters per second and weathering...
Oh yeah. I thought they were very good. Definitely, very interesting stories.
Yep, it's Irie. Very interesting stories. Hello.
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't exactly my thing, I suppose, but I enjoyed it. I'd say, yeah, 5 centimeters per second was a very good one. Very kind of like heartwarming story, I think.
Mm-hmm. So you keep mentioning that kind of opinion, actually. It's not really your thing. So here's the next question. What is your thing?
Oh, see, like, I don't watch a lot. I don't watch, like, a ton of movies, realistically, in my own time. I guess, like, horror is kind of what I like. It's something with a good story, so, I mean, like, it realistically should be my thing.
horror, huh?
Yeah, I like horror. I like, a couple things like that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch like a ton of movies. I don't watch a ton of TV. So it's just generally, I generally just don't have the attention span for something like that. But
Understood. So here's a follow-up question from Katsu Sanya from the chat. What's your favorite horror movie?
I'd have to say maybe The Shining, the Kubrick version. I don't know if Clockwork Orange really counts as a horror movie, but I guess that is also pretty good. I like, let's see. I kind of just woke up, so like I'm like
It's
still
alright.
like
We
thinking
have
of like a bunch of.
plenty of time. Take your time, no pressure.
Okay. Generally I like the kind of horror movies that are like either like genuinely kind of scary or more so I like the ones that are just like really stupid, like the kind of like low budget like giallo horror films that you kind of find on Tubi and things like that, or Shudder, if that still exists. I'm still not entirely sure if that exists, because like it was going away for a second and now it's not, because maybe somebody bought it out. I'm not sure. But yeah, like you can find like Dario Argento does some good horror stuff. You can kind of like, if you go on like YouTube, Tubi, Shudder, you can find like a lot of like low budget, low rent horror movie. Actually, there's one on Netflix that I really like. It's a found footage movie, but it's it's not like, Blair Witch or Paranormal Activity or things like that. It's like genuinely actually pretty good. There's two movies. Actually, there might be more now, but no, I think there's only two movies. But like the director's done a couple other unrelated stuff. The Creep movies. There's Creep 1 and Creep 2, where like this, like the first one, like they don't really know he's, like kind of like a bad guy. And then in the second one, they kind of do, and they sort of like play around with like, oh, he is like this like psychotic killer, but like there's this one woman who's sort of fascinated by that sort of thing, and they kind of like explore that dynamic. It's definitely check them out. Both the movies are on Netflix, and they're both sort of. I'm not usually a fan of like found footage horror movies, but I'd say the Creep movies are a massive exception.
I see. So here are some responses from chat. Katsu Sanya says, not bad. Mine is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Mid-tier guard says, like real ones. Like real ones, right? Not like Shark Exorcist.
Yeah, I'm. So like, I would say like, yeah, like I would say if I'm in the mood to be genuinely scared, I like movies that are kind of more grounded in reality. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is actually a pretty good one. And again, not a horror movie by any stretch of the imagination, and I know LCX and I are going to very much disagree on this, because he's made his opinion very clear on this movie, but Joker, I like that movie more so than any other Batman movie, simply because of its sort of gritty realism. It's less of a Batman movie and more of like a oh my god, well, I just forgot the guy's name. It's Goodfellas, Departed. I forget the guy's name, unfortunately. You know who I'm talking about, though. But like it's very much kind of like that type of movie, that director. And that's kind of why I like it, is sort of like its gritty realism. But if I'm in the mood to just like, hang out with my one friend, drink a couple of beers and just watch something stupid to laugh at, something like Shark Exorcist, or I mean, I've never seen nor heard of that, but I'm like, just judging by the name, it seems pretty much perfect. Or just like something from like MST3K or off of Tubi or something like that, or just like Deathbed or whatever, like something like that could be pretty good.
Okay, a little bit of a point of clarification. Don't attribute something to me that I never said. Anyways, I've never told you guys my opinion on the Joker movie. I said I hate the aspect of it that promotes communism and socialism. That is all. Anyways,
Oh, okay, sorry. Neo Phantom mentioned Killer Clowns. Yes, that's a very good
it.
example of that.
Alright, you can see the chat. Awesome. Yeah, would you like to
can,
respond? Would you like to respond to the chat?
Well, I mean, I don't want to like interrupt you or anything, but like, yeah, if I see something, I will try to.
Actually, you're the guest here, so you talk. Like to respond to.
Ketsu likes Joker, and you agree with it. That it's not. Yeah, it's not horror, but like I was just talking more about like the type of thing. And by the way, Scorsese is the guy I was thinking of. It just came to me. Like, it's very much kind of like a Scorsese movie.
Alright. So like the Godfather.
Joker reminds you of what it was like circa late 2010. Yeah, exactly. Like the thing about Joker is that like anything that everything that happens in that movie could realistically happen in real life, and I kind of like that. Like, I don't really believe in the supernatural or things like that. So like if I'm watching something and I want to, one, deeply be invested, or two, if it's a horror movie, genuinely be kind of scared, I'm gonna watch something that's more grounded in reality, I think.
Okay, let's change topics a bit. How do you feel about fighting games?
I've kind of shared just about every opinion on fighting games. I think I've come to the conclusion. I think I'm at the point where I've sort of like seen the light a little bit. It's not something I'm. You know what? I'd say I have a similar view on fighting games as you have on platformers, where like I can acknowledge. Well, actually, no. I take that back, because like I can acknowledge the inherent beauty in some of them. I can acknowledge how they're all well, not all different, but like I can acknowledge how there are like integral differences between a lot of them. And I can acknowledge
between all of them.
Between all of them.
There's a huge difference between different fighting games, even if they look the same. You'd have to be actually playing said games for a good amount of time to understand.
True. But
Go on.
like that said, it's still just not really my thing. Like, gameplay just isn't really. Like, even if I got good at fighting games, which I have gotten better at fighting games over the course of doing, like, Rompouri and things like that, it's still just, honestly, kind of, like, boring to me. Because, like, if you get good at fighting games, it's just... I don't know, it's just not a fun gameplay experience for me.
I see. But why though?
I'm sorry?
Why? Why is it not fun gaming experience for you?
I just don't really. It's it's something I've kind of been like wrestling with internally too, and I don't really know if I have an answer for that. I guess just like feels rare. I'd say feels very repetitious. I suppose like.
But what if you just
You can
haven't
kind of
found-
like generally with fighting games, you can find like a strategy or a couple strategies, and then you pretty much can get fairly far in a lot of them.
Well, here's the thing. If you play a lot of fighting games, you can get through almost any fighting game using very basic mechanics. That doesn't mean you're good at them. You'd have to invest a significant amount of time to actually find out about the inner mechanics of the game, the system it uses. Which, of course,
True.
you don't need to do in order to beat the AI, because the AI in fighting games mostly suck, especially modern fighters.
Yeah, true. Like it's meant to be more accessible.
Here's some stuff from Meteor Guard. Maybe you'd like one that's wacky. Try Jackie Chan in Fists of Fire or Dong Dong Never Die, as opposed to the serious ones. And
What are those for? I could I
You
could
want-
like put them on my I could put them on my docket for Rompery.
oh, you wanna see Dong Dong Never Die or Jackie Chan? I can play a little bit of it right now.
Okay.
Also, Katsu says, my philosophy when it comes to gaming is be like a child who's having fun. Like a game unless it genuinely sucks. Alright guys, we're going to play
Fair
some
enough. I think that's fair.
Jackie Chan stuff.
But like definitely like if I'm streaming a game. Wait. Oh my god.
What up?
Oh, sorry, someone was calling me. I'll have to call back later. But
Yes?
what was I gonna say? What was the question? Oh yeah. The
Why don't you like fighting games? I think.
Oh, I thought I answered that. I don't remember.
And Meteor Guard said maybe you'd like. Maybe you just haven't found the right fighting game for you.
Okay.
Right, let me see if I can find Mr. Jackie Chan, Fists of Fire. What's the name of the ROM?
What was it? Dun something?
Oh, Dong Dong Never Die. That's a Mugen fighting game. Let me get Jackie Chan, Fists of Fire Arcade. I don't think I deleted that, but can't seem to find it. Let me just get the ROM. Here it is, 20 megabytes. Feel free to talk to chat. Meanwhile,
Yep. Let's see. The movie Friday the 13th, Jason. Oh yeah, if you want to talk about stupid horror movies, Jason X is like fantastic.
if you have a question for me, I will answer. It wouldn't be fair for me to be the
serious
one.
Yeah, like Hey Great White North, how are you?
Jay Chana. Maybe I did delete it. Well, anyways. If you have a question for me, feel free to ask.
Makes you feel guilty recommending Now That You Know.
Oh,
You
Great White
don't like
North.
that? No, I mean, I'm gonna play. I mean, if it's something that's visually interesting, I'm gonna play it. Like, I don't. That Rompery is not necessarily. I guess like it's not so much based off of what I'm interested in. It's more so based off of like what's gonna make good streaming material. What's gonna be visually appealing.
Is that so? I never
Yeah.
think that way. With Emulation Nation, it's all about entertaining LCX first.
Yeah, and
The
I
audience
think,
comes second. I don't care.
well, and yeah, I have like an inherently sort of different like philosophy. I see myself as sort of like an entertainer first, and ultimately like what entertains the audience that wins.
Huh.
If it entertains me, that's a nice kind of bonus. And definitely a lot of games that you guys have requested have. I mean, I didn't even know about like Tetris Battle Gaiden until LCX recommended that a while ago. And that's probably my favorite just Tetris game of all time, classic or modern. Also the Magical Tetris Challenge one, that's really good too.
More about the first question, says Meteor Guard. You're a Persona fan. What do you like about the series?
The story, mostly. I would say the story. The story and definitely with like Persona 4 and 5, the variety in it. Honestly, like I haven't played that far into Persona 3 yet, but I just kind of have to imagine like with everything kind of taking place in the one Tartarus, I'm not sure how long that's going to sustain, how long that's gonna, until that kind of overstays its welcome. I could be wrong. It does talk about how it like sort of changes over time, and if that change is drastic enough, that could kind of lead way to allowing it to be to maintain its relevancy and stay interesting. But I would definitely say in all the Persona games that I've played, the story. Yeah, like Persona 4 is kind of like the goofier, as Elle said, Scooby-Doo type story. But like Persona 3 and Persona 5 even. Like Persona 5, from what I can tell, sort of like strikes a decent balance between 3 and 4 in terms of how serious it is. Although Persona 5 does get relatively serious at times. But yeah, definitely the story in all of the Persona games that I played. I have not, like I said, I haven't played 1 and 2. I probably should do that just for completion's sake, but yeah.
So, Meteor Guard has a follow-up question. What about the story in particular? Also, which one is your favorite?
Which one is my favorite? My favorite Persona game in general would have to be Persona 4, and I say that mostly because, like, I like I kind of like the overall structure of it better than 5. I haven't played, like I said, I haven't really played Persona 3 long enough yet to really form that deep of an opinion. I've gotten to like the first couple of levels of the Tartarus, and I mean, it plays fine, it controls fine, and I like I like the combat. I mean, the combat is pretty much the same in all Persona games.
No, it started with Persona 3, actually. Combat is very different than the older games.
Okay, so
So here is Jackie Chan, Fist of Fire.
Yeah, so in terms of story, I would say my favorite. I'd say my favorite is probably Persona 5. I didn't finish Persona 5 yet. I'm in the one bank vault, but definitely the story captivates me, and like Persona 5. My issue with Persona 5 is, even if you play Royal, which doesn't require you to be stealthy, it's still very stealth heavy. Like, it prefers you to be stealthy. And also, I'm not quite sure, I don't really like kind of like the full, how it handles like the full 3D environments. The controls are kind of a little bit strange, is really the only way I can describe it. Whereas like Persona 4, it's a lot more minimalist, but you know, I think that sort of lends itself more so to the gameplay. I think it kind of works better in that regard.
I see. So, here's a thing about those Persona games. Would you say you prefer those to other JRPGs you played?
Yeah, I would say, again, just because, like, I think, like, Persona is really kind of the first JRPG that I've sort of really fallen in love with. It could just be, I hate to say, like, nostalgia value, because I haven't played the Persona games that long to where I really want to say, like, I have nostalgia for them. But, you know, like, Persona 4 Golden is the first game that I ever beat, and, you know, I definitely grew to sort of really connect with the characters, and, really sort of invest myself with them.
Anyways.
But, I mean, like, I appreciate other JRPGs for sure. I just would say, like, Persona is the one that I, kind of like the most.
I'll read, you know, lots of people whose first real RPG was Persona 4 Golden for whatever reason, and they come away with a similar love of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd say, like, it was, I mean, I've played JRPGs before Persona. Like, Mario RPG was, an early one. I actually foolishly, I've told this story before, I actually foolishly had the original cart of Mario RPG. I sold that and all of my Super Nintendo games for like $55, which was very stupid because that game alone goes for like 3 times that much. Went for like 3 times that much, and now it goes for even more. It's like $500 loose. So I could have had like a massive payday with that. I also had like Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, which I think that one goes for quite a bit. Went for quite a bit at the time. Mega Man X3, that went for a lot. But yeah, that, and then also later on, I think like Persona 4 was kind of my gateway. Persona 4 Vanilla especially was sort of my gateway into. Like, eventually I kind of started playing, like, Ni no Kuni. I played, Tales of Symphonia.
Did you finish any of those other JRPGs?
I did not. I've been wanting to get back into Tales of Symphonia for a while. It was one of the earlier polls that I did when I got sick of Kingdom Hearts. Why did you get sick of it was possible I would have played that, but ultimately I ended up playing Legend of Mana, which Legend of Mana is a really good game with a really nice art style and a lot of kind of bullshit missions that just really don't make a lot of sense. unless you kind of use the game's sort of warped logic.
What do you mean? I don't get it. That criticism, I don't get it. You gotta explain it better.
Like a lot of the missions are just sort of like, oh, you have to talk to this person a lot of times, and then you have to go back. I don't know, I guess maybe BS isn't really the proper. It's not really the proper term. I would say more so like it's just not fun. I think a lot of the missions are just kind of not fun.
That's acceptable.
Getting better.
So why did you never finish those other JRPGs you played?
Come on.
Why did I never finish those? Honestly, because like I get distracted really easily. I'll move on to like another game and then never finish that. Honestly, like if streaming has taught me nothing, it's that streaming has kind of kept me focused a lot longer than I usually am. Like, people complain about how I never finish games on stream. I get a lot further than I realistically would otherwise. Because, like, if I'm playing games personally and I'm not playing them for an audience, I will usually kind of, like, get sick of a game. And then, like, I'll, like, move on to another game and then just get distracted and not really go back to the original game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess.
LCX, could you do a stream with Levon one day?
Yeah, I guess I could, Levon. So, this is, Jackie Chan in Fists of Fire. What do you think of it? At least from,
It looks really nice. Kind of like, when did this come out? Like, mid-90s?
somewhere, yeah, mid-90s.
This looks pretty good. Is this like Neo Geo hardware? It kind of has
No,
like that
it's just arcade hardware.
aesthetic. Huh?
Arcade.
Just
Just a general arcade board.
Oh, okay. Like, it looks a lot like, sort of like the SNK fighters that were big around the same time. Is this mocap? I think. I don't really know if this is...
No idea.
Yeah. Kind of yeah, I think it does kind of have like that motion capture.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a digitized sprites.
Yeah, definitely.
Not really motion capture, more like a digitized sprites.
I see, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a goofier sort of Mortal Kombat. Like, I don't think it's like ultra-violent, like, or, well, ultra-violent for the time, like Mortal Kombat, but...
There are fatalities. Just like
Oh, there are? Okay, then yeah, it's definitely sort of like going after that, sort of vibe.
It is, very similar to Mortal Kombat. But here's the thing. The similarities end at the surface level. It doesn't play like Mortal Kombat.
Okay. There were so many good Jackie Chan games. Like, even, like, on the NES, like, Jackie Chan Action Kung Fu on NES, that's a good side-scroller. But then, like, also there's, Stuntmaster on PS1, there's this one. Were there any other? There probably were other Jackie Chan games that doesn't come up with the top of my head. There's also There's also the port of that NES game to PC Engine, which is also really good.
Oh, wow. Flippin' cheating AI. Oof. There here's Fatality there.
Good fight.
Yeah, I think I have seen you stream this game before, and it looks interesting. I'll have to... I did get MAME working on my Steam Deck, so I might actually play this. If I can, I might actually play this next week.
So here's, you have a question for me. Here. You wanna ask me anything?
Do I have, no, I don't have any questions for you yet.
Alrighty. Let's stop this for a while. So, let's see. Does anybody have any more questions for LDP? Guess not. Shall we move on to the next topic?
Let me look at the comments real quick.
So, we watched Hayate the Combat Butler on your last Eldiner.
I didn't really care for it. It definitely seemed like...
Opinion on it.
Yeah, it kind of seemed, I don't know, goofy in the way that didn't really appeal to me. I couldn't really, like, get invested in a lot of the characters, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I was...
Oh, look, Mintier Guard asked the same question.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, why?
I would say just...
It's alright.
Yeah, I would say just, like, sort of, like, again, just the characters I couldn't really get that invested in. It kinda, I don't know, like, I feel like anything I say is just going to, like, expose my ignorance of the entire genre. So...
There is no ignorance of the genre. It's something that everyone can watch. But here's a question. Do you know the background of the main character, which was introduced in episode 1?
Not particularly. There might be, like, something I missed.
Heh! Okay, do you know, okay, Hayate Ayasaki is the main character, right? Can you tell us anything about him?
So, I'll be totally honest, when I do Eldiner Cinema, it did not quite work out the way that I anticipated it to. I kind of have to, like, focus on the chat and the,
Oh! So you have trouble focusing on the chat and the show.
Yeah, so, like, I kind of miss a lot of things. It did not really work. Honestly, this concept has not exactly worked out how I had hoped it would. But, I don't know. People seem to like it. It's something that I may end up binning at some point, just because, like, it doesn't really... It's not really doing what I would like it to do, and not a ton of people tend to watch it anyway, but the people who do watch it really seem to like it.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't enjoy it, if you can't get any entertainment out of it, why continue it?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. I'm You've requested a thing. You requested a thing next week. I'll definitely do that. But yeah, I'm thinking I might retire Eldiner Cinema relatively soon.
Just an opinion, but you gotta stop being a people pleaser. Please yourself too.
I mean, like, I don't. I say when you are doing YouTube, when you're doing like I said, like I view myself as an entertainer first and foremost, and that's why I do YouTube. I do YouTube because I enjoy entertaining people.
So do I.
But
So do I, but I
But
think...
yeah, like I enjoy entertaining people first and foremost when I stream. And
Alright.
that's mostly
Oh, just continue. It's okay.
Yeah, I enjoy entertaining people first and foremost when I stream. And I like I said, if personal enjoyment comes out of it, that's ideal because that leads to greater entertainment. You know, like it's a thing. It's like the classic thing, like any content creator will say, like if you aren't entertained, the audience isn't going to be entertained. So if you're entertained, that's ideal because it creates, more entertainment for the audience, essentially.
Hey, there's a good follow-up question there. By Mid-Tier Guard. You do enjoy the games you stream though, right?
Usually, I mean, there's some, and I will make it, very apparent when I don't enjoy a game. It's like, I'll usually say, usually, if I don't enjoy a game, I will usually say something like, I don't enjoy this, but I appreciate sort of, the objective beauty in it, and I understand why people enjoy it. I will give my honest opinion. I'm not going to pretend like I enjoy something if I don't. But, if I don't enjoy something, I will make it very clear. But I do think, sometimes even if I don't enjoy something, I can kind of appreciate why people do enjoy it, or, what's, And if I don't enjoy something, if it's, genuinely a bad game, that can also be entertaining because, for me, if a game is bad, I can enjoy it on the front of this is good to laugh at. I played Drake and the 99 Dragons a couple of weeks ago, whatever. That was, even though that game was bad, I enjoyed it because, like I sometimes say, how can I be mad when this brings me such joy? How can I be mad when this game is just so bad that it's funny?
Okay. So, here's something I've been wondering about. What is the rationale behind Rumpery? Why do you do it?
The rationale, I suppose I don't really understand the question, but really,
Why do you do it?
idea,
Why do you do Rumpery? There.
Why do I do Rompery? Because, even if I don't enjoy every single game that's requested to me, I like exposing myself to areas of gaming that I'm not as familiar with. I like, I see it sort of like, it's like an iceberg, kind of unpeeling the different iceberg levels of gaming. And that's sort of ultimately the common thread of Rompery and sort of my mission statement. I like, people. I have games that I find, whether it's through watching you guys play them or watching other people play them or just random YouTube videos that I watch in my free time, because a lot of what I do, this is something that I'm genuinely passionate about. So I will often find, I follow a lot of channels, Retro Pals being one of them, Shmup Junkie, Basement. What was it? Basement Brothers is one that somebody recommended a little while ago, and I've been kind of getting into now. There's another one, Austin, somebody, I can't remember the last name, but he's doing some good videos that I've been sort of getting into as of late. I watch those. I will, if I see something that looks interesting, and is emulatable or easily accessible to me, I will write it in my list, or if you guys request something, those tend to be pretty interesting because it's a game that maybe you guys might be familiar with, but I'm not. So you get to see me react to something that you're a little bit familiar with for the first time. And yeah, I think that sort of leads itself to
Okay, so I've been
entertainment in and of itself.
curious for a little while. What is your favorite genre? What are your favorite genres of video games? And what are your favorite video games? I'm not really sure.
I would say my favorite genre... So, it depends what mood I'm in, but I would say my favorite genre as a whole... So if it's something... If I'm in the mood for something I can just quickly pick up and play, like puzzle games, like, Tetris or Columns or something like that. If I'm just in the mood for something to pick up and play. If I want to actually get into something, like JRPGs, like, I'd say my favorite game so far is probably still Persona 4. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is actually, I would say, kind of a decent balance between the two, because, like, it's story-based and it has some RPG elements, but it being, it being kind of, at its core, mostly just a side-scroller, it lends itself to kind of pick-up-and-play mentality. Like, if you're playing the PSP version, for example, you can kind of, like, play it for a couple of minutes, get to a save point, put it down, and then pick it back up. When you don't have to devote a whole lot of time to the game if you don't want to. But if you do want to devote a lot of time to a game, obviously there's things like Persona and Tales of Symphonia, and Ni no Kuni is one that I haven't played a whole lot of yet. It's another one that I want to get into. I've had it on my Switch for a long time, and I played through a little bit of it. But it's one that I definitely really want to get into because I do like... I believe it's quite literally Studio Ghibli.
Yes, it is.
But yeah,
Yes,
like
it
the
is.
animation in Ni no Kuni is just fantastic as a result. And it kind of has like sort of like that Disney vibe, but with a little bit more depth to it than typical Disney movies have.
Okay, so, you got a response there from Midgard. What about Aria? And I don't think I told you, but the main reason I played Aria right after Symphony of the Night, even though he hates it, is because he saw how much fun you had with Aria of Sorrow.
That's what Mid-Tier
Yep.
said. I like Aria as well. I mean...
Heh.
I would say Aria is a good, maybe even a better starting point than Symphony of the Night, if for no other reason than it doesn't have the obnoxiously long loading times. I think that kind of, like Symphony of the Night,
What
I think,
long loading times are you talking about, though?
like every time you die, like there's like this long drawn out game over screen, and you end up like having to wait like 30 seconds or so to get back into the game, or a minute possibly even.
Oh,
And
I
Sega
got a-
Saturn, I think.
I got a solution for that from Mazin. Yeah, pro tip, don't die.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Or the realistic solution is play it on an emulator where you can just hold down the tab key and skip through all of that.
Pro tip, don't die.
That too, yes.
So, is it safe to say you like Metroidvanias?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I'm not as much into the ones that kind of incorporate like the Souls-like mechanics. I didn't really like Salt and Sanctuary as much as I thought I would.
I was about to ask that. If you'd like to try the Souls-like Metroidvanias.
Yeah, I didn't really like Salt and Sanctuary as much as I thought I would, but Elle-C was kind of fun. It was relatively short. I think there's still probably like some endings I didn't get, but
You're only missing the true ending. It's alright.
yeah, the true ending. I don't know. I liked Elle-C. It was definitely Elle-C was fun just because of like, well, I think we can all agree Elle-C is fun because of the narrater. That's
Okay.
why you play the game. That's why you play Elle-C. Because of the
That's
narrator.
funny you should say that. Kurumi dropped the game specifically because you can't skip the narrator. You can't skip the narration. So he dropped it.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
I was there.
I believe you.
He was playing it and suddenly he was just like, this game sucks.
Why would you skip? Yeah, like why would you skip? I can't skip the narrator. 0 out of 10. Like that's like the entire reason you play. No offense to Kurumi, but that's the reason you play.
Okay, so between platformers and Metroidvanias, classic platformers and Metroidvanias, which one do you prefer?
Metroidvanias, for sure.
Yay!
I don't have the. I prefer Metroidvanias, but like I don't have the. I guess hatred, quote unquote, that you have for platformers. Definitely Metroidvanias have more depth to them. I think we can all agree on that. But like sometimes it's just kind of fun to like I think a good platformer, even if it is linear, will still have like some kind of enemy variety. Like if you look at like Super Mario Brothers, like Super Mario Brothers is or especially like the later Mario games, like Mario 3 onward, you got that sort of variety. Like variety in power-ups, variety in worlds. Like you had the desert world, which was, like so many video games have done that since that it doesn't really seem like variety, but like you had the desert world, you had the big world, you had the water world, you had the pipe world. And honestly, Mario World did not have like nearly that much variety. Mario World was just such a safe game, which will, I've gone into this lecture so many times on probably on this channel, but also on my channel, about how Mario World is just such a safe sequel as compared to Mario 3, which completely changed the landscape.
Uh-huh. So, what kind of platformers do you like?
Metroidvanias are my favorites, but...
No. The classic type of platformers without the, RPG elements.
I would say ones with a lot of level variety and ones with a relatively fair difficulty spike. Like, I think, like, for example, like, we can disagree about this with Castlevania, but I think Castlevania, it does spike around, like, the third level, but I think, like, by the third level, you should expect it to get a little bit harder. Like, the first 2 levels are relatively easy, by the time you get to the third level, it's like, okay, you've figured out the mechanics, you've figured out kind of how the game works. Now it's time to, like, bring on, like, you know, the harder enemies, the harder patterns, things like that. And we can disagree on that all day, and I know we will. But I think that Castlevania, and, you know, like, it still does, I will concede, it still does have that sort of, you know, quarter munching mentality of arcade games where it's, you know, you do have the, you know, it is, like, meant to kind of eat your quarters. You know, it is hard, and there are parts of it, there are a lot of aspects of it that I believe are unfair, mainly just, like, the knockback, I think is, like, the most unfair part of Castlevania in general. And and to be fair, like, even the later Metroidvanias have that knockback, but I think the game is a little bit more cleverly designed around it to where that's not as much of an issue, and it's not as total BS. Like, as a result of it being a Metroidvania, even, you don't have it because the death pits just lead you to somewhere else, and you kind of have the ability to just walk your way back up and then give it another try. Like, there are, like, as much as I might disagree with Elle on his opinion that platformers...
You're disagreeing
by and
with
large,
no one. I haven't said a thing yet, but go ahead.
Well, based off of things that you've said in the past.
I don't know. I don't trust you to remember anything I've said in the past. But okay.
Fair enough.
Go on.
And that is a good instinct. Like, there definitely are things that we can agree on that, like, definitely are bad about classic platforming design and modern platforming design, just because, like contact damage, I think we can both agree that's BS.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's just so ingrained into platforming DNA and video gaming DNA as a whole that I don't think it will ever fully go away.
Freedom Planet does not have contact damage.
You told me about that game. I need to play it. Actually, I do have it in my wish list. I'm just waiting for it to go on sale.
Sultan Sanctuary does not have contact damage.
Well, yeah, Sultan Sanctuary for sure. Yeah. Also, I would say, like, just death pits in general. Like, it worked for Mario because, like, you didn't have backwards damage. I think, like, like the death pits kind of worked all right in Mario.
Sultan Sanctuary will kill you more times than any classic platformer ever will.
But it's more fair.
There's gravity-based damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, like falling damage, that's like falling damage, I think, makes more sense. Like, Prince of Persia style falling damage, I think that makes more sense because, like, you know, I obviously these are, like, games in the realms of fantasy, but, like falling damage, like, if you fell from a decent height, that would cause damage in real life. But in real life, there also aren't, like, endless pits. And especially, like, the worst ones are, like, if it's an endless pit,
Hey, Sir Jacob.
like, right above a screen where, if it's an endless pit right above a screen where you literally just were, where, like in Castlevania, like, if you, like, go down a death pit right above a screen where you know there was a platform right underneath, but that platform just doesn't matter because, you know, it's off the screen, so it doesn't exist. Like, I think stuff like that is kind of...
So if, you were to give
PS and a bygone of an earlier era that thankfully doesn't really exist as much anymore.
Alright, so if you were to give an example of a classic platformer, that would be an exemplary, game. An exemplary game, to show you, the true potential of platformers. Like someone like me, for
Mario
example.
3.
Like someone like me,
Mario
for example. Mario 3. And what is it about Mario 3 that makes it so much better than other classic platformers?
Level variety, fair difficulty curve, enemy and power-up variety, you know, implementing new mechanics later on in the game, like it has like a whole bunch of power-ups, but it doesn't introduce you to them until later on in the game. Like in World 3, you're introduced to the frog suit and how useful that can be in the underwater levels. Later on, you're introduced to like the hammer power-up that can like break through and get you to like secret areas you otherwise wouldn't be able to access. The cloud power-up, the boot power-up, which I forget the official term for that, but it's like kind of like proto Yoshi almost.
Okay. What about the maze levels? What do you think of those?
Maze levels? I mean, I think the maze levels would be better if Mario didn't have a time limit. Which, thankfully, in the newest Mario game, I think they've actually listened to, well, you and more accurately, a bunch of people who kind of think like you. It gets rid of the time limit. It still has contact damage,
Bye-bye.
but
Bye-bye, Mid-Tier Guard.
oh, bye mid-tier. If I'm talking too much, by the way, I'm sorry.
No.
If you wanna,
No. Please stop.
yeah,
It's
Yeah.
good. He's good.
yeah.
Just don't
No,
wear
I have a
yourself.
tendency to ramble, especially
It's
after
okay.
I've had my alcohol. But
Don't wear yourself out, though.
yeah. Like Mario Wonder, like it gets rid of the time limit entirely. And there's just like a couple like quality of like the level designs are pretty unique, but more so I think it just sort of refines a style of gameplay that I think a lot of people already thought was refined, but Nintendo was like, hold my beer, we can refine it even more. So, like, I'm not going to say Mario Wonder is the greatest Mario game. I think there's a lot of aspects of it that I don't really like, mainly just how, like, Yoshi has to be baby mode. Like, you can't just, like, unlock Yoshi and ride him, like, in, like, Mario World, for example. Yoshi only exists to be baby mode, essentially. Which, like, as much as I've said about Mario World, Yoshi is genuinely cool. I mean, especially when you can, like, release him in midair, and when you can... When, like, you can, like... like, eating certain enemies gives way to certain powers, like how you have, like, the ability to flutter by, like, eating certain Koopas, or, spit fire by eating certain Koopas, things like that.
Okay.
But,
So, here's a follow-up question. A classic platformer that's not Castlevania nor a Nintendo IP. Can you think of any examples that could be good experiences for somebody who doesn't like platformers?
I would say, like, Clash of Demon Head, but that's kind of more Metroidvania, so...
No, not the Metroidvanias. The classic platformers. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess, well, one that Elle recommended a while ago and was playing on his channel for a while is Ghost Sweeper Mikami.
Yes, I like that one.
What was the one? What was the one that I played and they just like remade it for Switch? It was like kind of like Bionic Commando, sort of more like a puzzle platformer. It was like Japan exclusive. I think it came out on Super Nintendo.
got no idea. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. Yes, a Fawcett armor. It's a very
Yeah,
similar
it might be
to,
that. It might be that. Thanks, Ketsu.
Fawcett armor is very similar to Ghost Sweeper Mikami. It's for
Is it?
TurboGrafx 16, I believe.
Oh, was it on TurboGrafx? Then I don't know. If
It's not
that's
the
what
one
it
you're
was.
thinking of.
It might not be. I don't know. I'd have to. Is it like sidearm or something like that? I might be thinking of something different.
Uh-huh. So, how about you? Do you like any other platformers that aren't Nintendo IP?
I like other platformers, but I think like Nintendo and Konami, just in general, kind of like monopolized the market on like classic retro games. Mega Man, like Mega Man 2 is alright, but like generally speaking, I've never been able to get as much into the Mega Man game. Although, this might be a controversial take, I actually kind of prefer some of the Game Boy Mega Man games. I think they're a little bit more fair. I think they're a little bit more like bite-sized and accessible. Like Mega Man... It's either Mega Man or Mega Man... which is the one? It's like Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. Is that Mega Man or Mega Man 2 on Game Boy? I can't remember.
I think that's part 2.
That one's actually pretty good.
Not sure. I think that's part 2.
There's also, actually... I don't know if you've ever played this one, Elle, but... I'm not going to say you would like it, but I think maybe...
According to Cerulean, it's the first game.
The first game. All right, thank you. I don't know if you have ever played this, Elle. I don't know if you would like it, but you might kind of appreciate it's a little bit different. Mega Man on Game Gear. There was actually a Game Gear Mega Man game. Yeah, there's a Mega Man Game Gear game. It was developed by US Gold.
You recommended that on stream.
I did? Okay. Mega Man on Game Gear, it was developed by US Gold, which usually does not have a very good track record at all for video games. If you want good...
We played the Star Wars game on Game Gear. I believe that's also US
Oh,
Gold.
that one's a good one too. I actually like the NES Star Wars game. Game Gear game, as far as I can tell, it's very heavily based on the NES Star Wars game, but it's a little bit more linear.
Levels are the same, but it's linear. Yes.
Yeah, it's more linear, and I don't know if the levels are the same. Like the starting level you start out with is like, I don't even know if that's in the original NES Star Wars.
It is not.
Is it? Okay, yeah, because like I know NES Star Wars, you start out in a cave. And then in the Game Gear one, I think you start out. I think you're
either as Princess Leia.
You're Leia, and you're inside Darth Vader's ship, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how that one starts. I played the Game Gear Star Wars because everybody keeps talking about how much better it is than the NES one, and honestly, like, it's weird, like, despite being more linear, I got more lost in the Game Gear Star Wars game.
What do you mean? There's no way to get lost.
It's not, well, it's like, because it's not, like, quite left to right. There's, like, kind of...
Yes, it is. Okay, inside the sand cruiser, I guess. You gotta go up. It's bottom to top. You gotta go up. And you gotta find the exit.
Maybe.
You gotta find
Maybe that's where it is.
You gotta find
but,
I
don't know, I kind of like the NES Star Wars game more, but it is definitely, like, a lot more BS. Like, there's a lot of... I mean, if you want, like, total BS, though, play the Famicom Star Wars game, which I also have kind of an appreciation for.
There are some weird enemies you can't kill who will instantly kill you if you touch them.
Yeah. I played the Empire Strikes Back NES game too, and I didn't really care for that one. That one is it's kind of non-linear, like it's kind of it reminds me a little bit of Turrican actually, which Turrican I don't like for a multitude of different reasons, especially the early Turrican games, because Turrican actually on paper would be a really, really good Metroidvania, early Metroidvania. But the time limit kills it. But Super Turrican, on the other hand, I think that one is a little bit better. I think Super Turrican actually gets rid of the time limit. Super Turrican and also Mega Turrican.
Alright.
Say definitely check out although I will say I think Super Turrican, from what little I've played, I think it is a little bit more linear than the classic Turrican games. So it gets rid of the time limit, but also removes the thing that made the time limit so sus in the first place.
So have you played, no you haven't. You haven't played Macross, Do You Remember Love? Do you? Have you?
No,
it's a shoot 'em up.
I will do that next week. I know you've been requesting that for a while. There's just been a whole bunch of things that have been kind of getting in the way of that.
Alright.
I've played some Macross games before, I think, and I remember not really caring for them. Aren't they more kind of
shoot 'em ups.
Yeah, shoot 'em ups. I played one on N64 that I didn't really care for.
Oh? Okay. So,
You don't like the repeating music, says Katsu. I guess,
Yes.
Did you want to change it or just keep it on?
Nope.
Okay.
Too lazy. Anyways.
Super Turrican 2 was good. I didn't even know there was a Super Turrican 2. I'll have to play that.
So, let's go back to, platformers for a bit. Jump trajectory. Here's the thing.
Oh,
about-
you meant the Famicom Star Wars music here. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, Famicom Star Wars.
I don't remember it.
Music variety in the I haven't played that one in a little while, but yeah, Famicom Star Wars definitely had a lot of strange quirks to it. Obviously, the thing that everybody comments on is when you defeat an enemy, they'll turn into weird random insects. You defeat Darth Vader for the first time, he turns into a scorpion for some reason. Anyway, sorry, what jump trajectory?
Yes.
Explain.
Trajectory control over jumps. You did mention in your Persona 3 stream that it's very good that the game gives you control, right? Over all your characters. So how do you feel about jump trajectory control? In platformers, of course.
Okay. I'm not going to say that lack of jump trajectory is good. I understand why people have issue with it. I am just saying from my personal experience in things like Castlevania, my personal experience, I don't think the game is I think I even played a ROM hack that you sent me that actually gave it mid-air jump control.
You also have jump control after a knockback.
Oh, okay, maybe. I see. Never mind then. I was gonna say, I didn't really find that hack much easier or harder than the regular Castlevania. I would say, like, my personal experience, I usually kind of like to commit to my jump anyway. But I understand why people have issue with it, and I understand that well, obviously it is a legitimate issue, hence why most modern platformers, after, like, Symphony of the Night or whatever, most modern platformers
Actually, I
let
think,
you have mid-air jump control.
Actually, I think even in the NES and Super Famicom era, most platformers actually did give you jump
True.
control.
True. Like Mario Brothers even, which came out before Castlevania, did that, but to be fair, it's like sometimes it takes a little while for developers to understand, like, okay, we understand Super Mario Brothers, it's a big hit, it's selling like hotcakes. LDP's hotcakes, perhaps you could say. But it takes a little while to understand exactly why that game works. And, like, it took a little while, even for, like, industry titans like Sega. Like, if you've ever played Alex Kidd and tried to compare it to Super Mario Brothers...
I don't know, I think it's a bit, I think I like it a bit better than Super Mario Brothers, actually.
Oh, like Alex Kidd, for example, like, it swaps the buttons, so B is actually jump, and A is attack.
Well,
first Alex Kidd.
Well, after having played all kinds of games, what's the difference?
True, but, like, also I think Mario Brothers even had... I don't know, I played a little bit of Alex Kidd, the first one, and I didn't really as much care for it, but I need to get more into that. Also, like... Well, there's also, like, Adventure Island, which is another one where it's, like, it almost would be a really good game. And eventually the series got a lot better, but, like, the first Adventure Island, which was essentially just Wonder Boy, like, it's, well, quite literally the definition of linear, and it has, like, prettier backgrounds than Super Mario Brothers, but doesn't quite have the level variety and enemy variety. It really is kind of just the definition of move to the right and shoot.
Actually, even in the first level, there's a bonus stage, which will
That's
take
true,
you
yeah, Mario didn't have...
into the sky.
Well, I guess it kind of did. Like, the pipes were kind of like the bonus stage. You'd just, like, go there, get a bunch of coins, and it's something you otherwise wouldn't know unless you just farted around or read a instruction manual.
I meant Adventure Island.
That's true. Adventure Island did have bonus. Definitely, like, even Adventure Island 2, which, to be fair, came out many, many years later. I think that was, like, 1990, and the first was, like, 86. But Adventure
BS.
Island 2, even.
I believe what made it BS is that stupid hunger mechanic.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
He's so fat.
Like, there were a lot of... To be fair, though, I think I understand why that exists, because there were a bunch of RPGs at the time, like Hydlide, which also had kind of, like stamina mechanics. Huh?
That's a roguelike, though.
That's true. That's true, yeah, like, roguelikes had that as well, but, like, Hydlide was, like, a really early popular RPG, one of the earlier RPGs, and one of the first RPGs that really got big in Japan alongside, like, maybe Wizardry.
I'm saying it still has roguelike mechanics, so it's still a roguelike.
Yeah. But also, yeah, like, it sometimes it takes the industry a little while to really understand, to really, like, break apart the mechanics and understand everything that makes a really big industry-changing game as big and as industry-changing as it is. and like you see that like with Adventure Island 2. Adventure Island 2 is a lot more fair, has a lot more variety. You get to ride dinosaurs, which supposedly you can't do on the NES because, you know, Nintendo wasn't able to do it. They had to create an entire new console to have you ride something, but you know, and Adventure Island 3. And like by the time you got to like Super Adventure Island 2, that's like my favorite. One of my actually, earlier you were talking about like non-Nintendo, non-Castlevania. Super Adventure Island 2 is mostly linear, but it definitely has a lot of RPG elements, and it definitely has some exploration that you can do.
You know what I don't like about platformers is when it relies on memorization rather than anything else. And most of these platformers do exactly that. So I like it when a platformer actually allows you to observe what is going on and to react to it. That's why I like stuff like
I think though, so I will
Yes,
argue
what?
that slightly. I will argue that slightly and say like memorization can also be a skill. Like having a good memory and being able to remember like, oh, this is what you have to do in this area. Doing that can also be a skill in and of itself. So I think a game should not rely entirely on memory, but I don't think relying on memory in a game is inherently bad. I think that there can be better ways of doing it,
No.
but
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I don't like it.
fair enough. Fair enough. I can't argue with your opinion.
Yes, I don't think of anything as... Here's the thing with me. I don't think of anything as being inherently good or bad. Those are very subjective opinions. So when I say...
Well, all of this is subjective.
Yes. Yes, it's all subjective, but saying something is good or bad without any frame of reference doesn't really say anything. If you get what I mean. Let's see. Roman Shade says Sonic game speed running. Yes. So here's the thing. I like it when a platformer allows you to observe and to react. Now, when for example, when you encounter a boss, there are two ways of doing this. You have to memorize exactly what you need to do. Pixel perfect when you jump, when you have to jump, when you have to shoot, when you can attack. Or you can read the boss, you can understand its mechanics and its movements, and you can react appropriately based on your previous experience with the boss. Or you can just actually beat the boss your first time. Let's say you take 1 or 2 hits and you don't die right away. You see the pattern. You read the pattern. You react. You react to it. Now, most of these classic platformers don't allow you to do that. No, you have to do it on your second, third playthrough. No, because there is no way to beat some of these without having previous experience with them. Whereas, for example, with a modern game, like these modern Souls-likes, you can beat these games your first time. If you're really good at Souls-likes, you can actually do a no-damage run your first time just by reacting to what the enemies are doing. Now that's what I call good game design.
I can agree to that, and again, that's sort of like... That really is sort of like a testament to just the game industry as a whole kind of moving away from the classic, you know, quarter munching mentality in arcades, because that's how video games used to make their money. Is you were supposed to like dump in like Dragon's Lair is like the picture example of that. Like you have, in order to get anywhere in Dragon's Lair, you have to spend tons and tons, you know, tens of hundreds of dollars, put it into a machine.
Games like that, actually.
Huh?
I actually enjoy games like those. Cinematic.
You like Dragon's Lair?
Yes, cinematic type of games. Here's the thing. It's not even pretending to be a skill-based game in any way, shape, or form. No. It knows exactly what it wants to be. It wants your quarters. It wants you to memorize exactly which buttons you need to press at specific times. Now let's say
I can understand that.
let's say
I
something
guess I can
like
understand. Like if you're going to be like greedy and heartless, at least be upfront about it.
let's say something like Castlevania. It looks like you have a good amount of control over your character, but no, Mr. Simon moves like a sack of bricks, and he falls like one too. When you
Fair
attack very slowly. And when you jump and attack, you have to time it. Because you can't just go jumping around whenever you want, like Karumi does in his platformers. You can't just go around jumpy, 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 jumpy. You'll take a hit, you'll get bounced off one enemy, into another enemy, into another enemy. You'll get bounced around like 5 times. By the time you regain control from the constant knockbacks, you're like 1 HP.
So here's my question. What about Master of Darkness? Do you think that kind of improves a little bit on that classic Castlevania formula? Not like necessarily if you like it or not, but do you think it improves a bit?
What do you mean? I don't know. It's
Like,
just the
I think
same.
Master of Darkness, the Master System game.
Yeah, I know it. I know the game. I mean, what do you mean? It's all the same to me. It's just
Like, I
Master
think like
System.
the attack is a little bit
Castlevania.
faster, and I think like if I recall, I think you do kind of have like a little bit more control.
You do?
Definitely, you attack faster, which is something that you mentioned.
No, Ninja Gaiden is Fastervania. Not Master of Darkness. Whoa,
That's a weird sound.
what is that? Anyways,
I don't know.
yeah, as I was saying, it's Ninja Gaiden that's a faster version of Castlevania, not Master of Darkness.
True. Well, like Master of Darkness is more just overtly a Castlevania ripoff.
Uh-huh.
Also Eight Eyes, which I'm sure if I haven't asked you to play Eight Eyes, somebody else has.
Nope,
Somebody
I
must have.
have not played that.
Really? You want to play Eight Eyes for
Yeah,
a little
sure.
bit?
Yeah, sure.
Because it's like on the surface, it's kind of like a cheaper clone of Castlevania, but I think it does have a few more kind of like exploratory elements to it. Eight Eyes is on NES, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with the ROM. I just haven't played
I didn't know.
it. Here we go.
So yeah, Eight Eyes, I never really cared as much for Eight Eyes, but there are some people who kind of have like a fondness for it, and as somebody who doesn't like just the typical left to right shooting, this does like it has like a Mega Man style stage select, so you do have like a little bit more choice in the matter.
There we go.
There you go. Let me check chat if anybody else has any opinions on Eight Eyes.
Not really. Okay. Nobody's really giving their opinions. Timmy.
First of all, these enemies have more range than you. What are you supposed to do about them?
Yeah, I never really cared for Eight Eyes. I mean, like, just, like, if you look at, like, the graphics and sound, you can tell this is, like, very much, like, we have... This, to me, kind of feels a lot like we have Castlevania at home. But, I don't know, there are some people who do really like this game, and... You know, more power to them. I think it's mostly nostalgia, but I think there are, like, admittedly some different aspects that are better. I don't remember. Is this Victokai? I can't remember.
No,
I think it might be. So, like, the same devs as like those Golgo 13 games on NES, which also kind of try to, like, also kind of bite off a bit more than they can chew. Game looks okay. I would say, like, okay is, like, the perfect definition of this. It's like, if you're at the video store and somebody already rented out Castlevania, you can play 8 Eyes and get, like, kind of scratch that itch, but as soon as Castlevania comes back in, you just, like, go in and you rent that.
Why is that?
Sorry?
Why is that? Why do you think Castlevania is superior to this?
I think just, like, moves a little bit more fluidly, better graphics and sound.
I would question that. Better graphics, you say? I'd say this one has more color than Castlevania. More detailed sprites, too.
Maybe. I'd have to play 8 Eyes again. It's been a while since I've played this one. Also, just the music in this is, like, very droning, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like a dirge, like it sounds like the figurative, like, chiptune composer was kind of asleep when he wrote this.
What was that?
I don't know. Maybe, like, check if you have, like, something, maybe, like, check if you have something, like, in the background running or something. I don't know.
Well, that's actually your assumption, Katsu. I'm not trying to get people to hate Castlevania.
No. I mean, if that was the goal, then you've miraculously failed at it.
It's not the goal. For all your arguments, Castlevania, I think the reason why is vibes.
Yeah, that's true. This has, like, a similar vibe. Or rather, it's trying to have the same vibe as Castlevania, but it just doesn't really capture the same magic.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was my assumption, based on for all your arguments. That statement kinda implies that. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, like, I don't know, like, I would say, like, you know, I will say this, Elle, like,
Yes.
like, I think you kind of do, like, get into, like, how much you hate Castlevania a lot, and I feel like it does sort of feel like you're imposing your opinion onto others. Like, no offense, I'm not, like, I'm just saying, like, I understand maybe how some people could get the wrong idea.
Yes, but, he said, he didn't get the wrong idea.
Oh, okay, never mind. Well, like, I will say, like, I think, like, it does, I feel, sound sometimes like you are trying to impose your opinions on others. I know you're not. I kind of, like, I kind of understand, I think, what you're doing. But I understand also why people might feel like it's being imposed on a bit.
That's weird. So here's something weird here. You press forward and A. Over here. He'll attack. What is that?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't really have a ton of experience with this game.
And sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, it's a very... I should actually check if this is Victokai.
That is very strange. Sometimes you press forward and A. It's an attack, he doesn't jump. Sometimes he will jump.
It's interesting because, like, Vic Tokai, they did, like, those Golgo 13 games, which I don't really care for, but they also did Clash of Demon Head, which is just infinitely better than anything they've ever done. Like, Clash of Demon Head, I think, is another... I would have said... I would have cited Clash of Demon Head when you were talking about platformers, but Clash of Demon Head is very kind of non-linear and a little bit of a maze. So it doesn't really fit that sort of classic platformer mold.
And now
particularly.
What is
But
this?
yeah, Clash of Demon Head is like one of the better NES games in general.
This is weird. I'm just pressing A. Sometimes he's attacking while pressing A.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder... Are you sure you have, because you're using RetroArch, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you usually use, like, Mezen standalone. I wonder if it's, like, an issue with, like, the
Nope,
keys
it's
not being
RetroArch.
properly mapped.
Look. Wait. Won't let me map. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Command. Let's see. Disk options, audio options. Nope. Nothing. Nope.
Well, no, you go into controls. It's its own separate tab in RetroArch.
Meh. Meh.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the controls. That's the thing. I think that's
Yeah, it
just
might
the way
just be how the
this...
game is.
That's just the way the game controls. It's weird. If you just press A, he's going to jump. If you press a direction...
Also...
Look, if you press a direction, he attacks. That's weird.
Also, I don't know if this is like... I don't know if the game has introduced this yet, but eventually I think there's like a falcon that follows you.
Oh, he's already there. You don't see him?
Oh, okay, yeah. I know one of the... I think, like... I remember, like, one of the bosses you defeat... If I remember right, like, one of the bosses you defeat it by having tea with it. Something weird like that.
Oh, okay.
Here's a question, Elle. Do you like kind of like top-down adventure games? Like not necessarily Zelda, but kind of games like that? Like have you ever played Star Tropics?
Nope. And I don't think I like those.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not
those
really a
games
fan of those either.
Those games still have contact panels.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of those either. So, I like Star Tropics, I would say, is like a notable improvement over at least like the first Zelda game. I mean, obviously it came out many years later, but I don't know, it's still not something that I'm particularly a fan of.
So this is more like a Metroidvania, actually. It got exploration.
Yeah, I think there is like a little bit more exploration than, say, classic Castlevania.
But I'm stuck.
I don't know, would you say, like, so far you kind of appreciate this a little bit more than classic Castlevania, or...
If it had better controls, I would enjoy this a lot more, yes.
I wonder if there's any hacks that fix the controls.
It just has weird controls.
I think a lot of people who, like, like, try to, like, you know, do the entire NES genre, like, alphabetically, not just, like, Eugene, but who's, like, the most famous in this community, but, like Mike Matei, I think, tried doing something like that, and,
Oh, no! Kurumi's favorite.
Yeah. There's also, I can't remember her name, but she actually had, like, kind of a cameo in an AVGN episode as well, and she's on Twitch, and currently she's trying to, like, go through the entire NES library alphabetically.
I'm stuck. So that's not.
But yeah, like obviously, like a lot of people play this because like it's one of the first games you'll find alphabetically in the NES library. You know, there's like this, there's 720, which is kind of jank skateboarding game, which is a port of a not also slightly less jank arcade game.
I see, I see. So, you got any questions for me? You want me to continue asking?
Yeah, sure. If you have any more questions.
Yes,
Wait,
sir.
Neo Phantom says in Clash of Demon Head,
Is Clash of
Where-
Demon Head where the band from Scott Pilgrim got its name from? Probably.
Really? I never thought of that. I haven't really done a whole lot. I played I did buy the Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up game when that came out on like modern systems.
How do you
Honestly,
feel
I was a
about,
little bit disappointed.
How do you feel about beat 'em ups?
Oh, I love beat 'em ups. I like beat 'em ups if they have like, you know, fluid controls and you know, I don't know, like even like I don't know if I've ever like actually played a beat 'em up that I thought was bad. There are definitely some I prefer over others.
Which one?
Streets of Rage, obviously. I think the Streets of Rage series,
I think it's overrated.
with the exception of Streets of Rage 3, which I think was a little bit too complicated for its own good. I appreciate what they tried to do with it, but I didn't really care for it.
I think it's overrated.
Yeah. Have you played, well, you don't like Streets of Rage 2, or, you think Streets of Rage 2 is overrated, right?
Yep. I think it's
Yeah,
overrated.
so you
I'm not
probably
saying it's a
would
bad
have like
game.
a similar...
I'm
You
not
probably
saying
have a
it's a bad
similar
game.
opinion on Streets of Rage 4, because it really does kind of like try... It recognizes that Streets of Rage 2 is kind of the fan favorite, so it does sort of model itself after that one. So mostly it's kind of just Streets of Rage 2 with better graphics and better controls.
Here's the thing about the Streets of Rage games. I think they're a big improvement over the Final Fight games, for example. But there are much
Yeah.
better examples of the genre from, let's say, from
Sure.
Capcom's beat 'em ups, which came out
Yeah,
around the
true.
same
I
time.
mean, like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't even know about that one until you introduced me to it, and that one is definitely it's like a whole other level.
There are actually simpler beat 'em ups from Capcom around the same era, which play much better than Streets of Rage, in my
True.
opinion.
Like
From the arcade.
well, Alien vs Predator is Capcom, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's another standout one. Also, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Captain, what is it? Captain Commando or
That's
Captain?
actually, yeah, Captain Commando. That's actually
Yeah.
available on the SNES.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know, they actually, I think they actually remade the Dungeons and Dragons beat 'em ups because I downloaded it on Wii U. I never actually opened it up to play it. I really should do that at some point, but
It's probably just a ROM.
I don't know if it's a port or just a full-on remake.
I think it's just a port.
Okay, maybe. I didn't spend a whole lot on it. I just like panic bought it like right as the eShop was shutting down.
Why bother? You can just emulate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can emulate the arcade game, but like, I still
You
need to
can
hack
emulate
my
eShop.
Wii. In fact, you know what? Maybe after this stream, I have a couple of things I need to buy. I need to buy that SD to Vita thing because I'm not sure. I have a 16 gig card that I got with my PlayStation TV. I'm not 100% sure it works all that well because I've tried downloading that Haiku whatever thing to jailbreak the Vita, and it keeps saying the file is corrupted.
Henkaku.
Henkaku, that's it. And it keeps saying the file is corrupted, so I don't know if that's like an issue with... I don't think it's been patched I don't believe that exploit has been patched because I'm on. I think it's 3.70, which is the latest. I think that's the latest Vita firmware.
Yep, I think that's the last one. I don't think they
Yeah.
updated that.
They say, you say that, but like, you'd be surprised. Like, they're still releasing like firmware for the 3DS just for the sole reason of patching out homebrew.
Yeah, those are just anti-piracy measures, I think.
Exactly. So like, they could release 3.80 at any or 3.71 at any point just to like screw over the pirates.
Neo Fandom says Captain Commando takes place in Metro City, making it a part of the Street Fighter universe. Interesting.
Really? That's cool. I guess that makes sense. I think like yeah, so it's like it's literally in the same universe as Final Fight as well, right?
Yes.
Doesn't that take place?
Because-
Yeah, I mean, literally, Final Fight was originally called Street Fighter 88.
Because the Final Fight characters are in the Street Fighter games.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of classic arcade beat 'em ups. Like Konami did some good ones too. Like obviously the TMNT games are a good example. Simpsons Arcade is honestly that one doesn't it doesn't really play as well, but like if you're a fan of the Simpsons, especially like the classic Simpsons, it's kind of like neat to see like all those characters there.
Here's my
Really you kind of have to be a fan of the show, I think, in order to really like that game, which I am a fan of the show and I think it's okay, just
Here's,
like for the charm.
my opinion on the Simpsons arcade game. It looks nice. It looks exactly like the show would. Like, at least as far as graphics from that era would allow. Like, if you were playing it on an analog TV at the arcade, it would look a whole lot like the show, especially the 4-player cabinet version.
Yeah.
But it's super simplistic. Whoa. It's super simplistic. Like,
I agree.
there's nothing to it. Even the older Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games are much more complex than it. It's like
I agree.
you have one attack button, you have a jump button. I'm not sure if you even have like a desperation move.
I don't even. You might have to press both buttons together in order to do that.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
I've played.
I'm not sure if
I've
you have
played.
it.
This one game store that's near me actually has a 1-up reproduction of Simpsons Arcade, and I played that a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I should like look into getting one of those 1-up, like one of like the desktop models. I don't know if I would want a 1-up specifically. I think there are like ones that you can buy and just like get an SD card and just load a whole bunch of shit in MAME and put that on there. That would be kind of neat. Obviously, not everything would work because it would kind of have to like, there's so many different control configurations in arcade games, but
Just get a Balkitty A13, it works better. Probably cheaper too.
yeah, probably. That would be pretty good, I think, for like, if nothing else, arcade games. But you can also play like NES and SNES games, I guess, if you really want.
Yeah, for the Balkitty A13, it'll play anything. It has preloaded Game Boy ROMs even.
Yeah.
Sir Jacob says, Balkitty. Wow!
Yes. Yeah, the X-Men Arcade. I don't. Have I ever actually played X-Men Arcade? I might have on stream.
What do you think of it?
I don't actually remember it. I should really play that again sometime.
It looks really good. The animations are very different from anything I've seen from other arcade beat-em-ups. The fighting is super simplistic, but there are so many enemies and so many things going on. Welcome back, Katsu. So many things going on stream. I mean, on the screen, there's so many things going on that it kind of gives you the illusion that there's more to the gameplay than just walking around
Yeah.
and punching stuff.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, X-Men Arcade also had a 4. I think it even had a 6-player version.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it did have a 6-player version. I don't know, like the TMNT arcade games, I've honestly never been that big of a like the first TMNT game honestly feels kind of dated, and I feel like most of the people who enjoy the TMNT arcade games, the original ones at least,
Yes?
are fans of the show,
Probably.
which I'm not one of them. But like Shredder's Revenge, I think it does sort of perfect that formula. Unfortunately, like I said, it kind of does look a bit cheap. Like, it doesn't play cheap, but it kind of has like a cheap aesthetic to it. Like, again, kind of like Flash game feel, if that makes sense.
It looks like an indie
Which is like
game.
why, huh?
It looks like an indie game.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Actually, a very good way of putting it. And obviously, well, like my favorite beat 'em ups are the River City Ransom games because like they implement like RPG elements and stuff into that, and River City Girls is like the logical conclusion of that.
Yep.
We should I should actually check to see if River City Girls has a 2-player option. If so,
I'm
we should
sure
like
it
start
does.
playing that on stream.
You wanna try? I can
Huh?
set it up. You wanna try right now?
I only have the game on Switch, so if it does have a 2-player mode, I'm not sure it's gonna be crossplay.
Never mind. Probably not.
I'll look on the Switch to see if the Switch version even has multiplayer, and if it does, I could buy it on Steam, and maybe we could do that next week or something.
Alright.
If you want to continue, like, having me on,
It's all good.
following weeks.
Ah!
Depends
What is
on...
that?
I don't
What
know.
is that? Where's
I don't
that
know, I feel
sound
like...
coming from?
I don't know, I feel like your computer is possessed.
That is not coming from my end, is it?
I thought it was. Let's see, I have Discord open.
I mean, you've had stuff banging around wherever you are for quite a while now.
I don't know.
It's going like,
I just have, maybe there's like some tabs or something that I need to close.
maybe.
Oh, you're playing TMNT?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fire! Hang on, April.
Pretty good how well they represent this. So, here's the thing. Look at the foot soldier. Look at how he moves. Check out the foot soldier
Yeah.
how he takes a fighting stance. Look how he circles.
Definitely, like, for when this came out, which was like 87 or 88, this was
Yeah, look at how
really
they
ahead of its
circle
time.
me as they take a fighting stance. I'm letting them
Especially
move
because, like,
around.
what did you have before this? Like, Double Dragon? I never liked the Double Dragon games, for what it's worth. I think, like, the NES game does kind of have, like, some level-up mechanics, kind of like a proto-River City Ransom, but it doesn't really
one?
do it as well.
Which one?
The first one.
Nope.
On NES. 'Cause-
No, it
Huh?
doesn't. It does not.
yeah, Double Dragon to me always just felt kind of boring and dated, which, I mean...
You mean TMNT or Double Dragon?
I meant the first Double Dragon on
Oh, okay.
NES.
I think it did have RPG mechanics.
A little bit, but like River City Ransom would come out later and sort of perfect that. I wouldn't even say perfect that, just do it better than Double Dragon. It's a shame that, like, you had River City Ransom, and then basically they did nothing with that formula for, like, 30 years. As far as I know, unless maybe... I mean, there were, like, what was it? What's the, Japanese...
Yeah! Yes?
Is Hadouken no Ken? No.
Hokuto no Ken! Fist of the North Star.
That's different.
Cowabunga!
Huh? Yeah, that's Fist of the North Star. What was the, I don't know, hot-blooded teens or something like that. The name's escaping me. Oh, Kunio-kun. That's it.
Yeah, River City Ransom is a Kunio-kun game.
Yeah, like, there were a bunch of Kunio-kun games after, River City Ransom, but I don't think they really ever did another game quite like River City Ransom.
They did for the Super Famicom.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me show you.
I'll have to check that one out then.
There's even translations for those.
I will check that out. I guess... Yeah, I guess that's probably what I should have figured, is like there were later River City Ransom games, but just Japan only.
You know the girls from River City Girls? They actually appear in one of those games.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I guess that's what I should have figured, is like they did keep doing that in Japan.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at the actual names of those games, see, like, there's probably like a whole other world that I'm not aware of. Death by sound, says Sir Jacob. I agree. My shirt is hilarious. Oh, you think communism is funny, don't you, Sir Jacob? How many millions of people have died as a result of communist regimes? You think that's funny? Not okay.
Okay, look at the way my character attacks.
I'm kind of glad that Elle chose to use this communist shirt, because, like, I say this all the time. I asked Elle to make this, being like, oh, this could be, like, pretty funny, and then I'm realizing, like, I never had any real excuse to use this on stream, and I feel bad. Because, like, Elle put... Huh?
Now you do.
Yeah, now I do. Well, yeah. Well, now I guess I have an excuse. I was able to use it for that one Tetris stream. That was pretty fitting. But, like, there's, like, a couple, like, models that Elle has made and, like, put a lot of work into, and I'm just like, oh my god, And then, like, as soon as I receive them, I'm like, what am I gonna do? Like, the Mario RPG thing, too, is just, like, as soon as he made that, I stopped playing Mario RPG, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
LDP needs a capitalism shirt. Says Neil Phantom.
Ew. Is there a symbol for capitalism? I mean, I guess just Jeff Bezos.
Money.
Money, there you go. There you go. I need a capitalism shirt to balance it out. Just like all green with like money bags or something. I don't know. My eyes could be dollar signs.
So what I liked about this game back then, compared to, say, the NES version, look at the way they fight. Look at the
Yeah, well, I
animation.
mean, the NES version, I mean, it did... The NES version of the arcade game, it did what it could do, but yeah, definitely it's pretty much seen as kind of a compromised port. Manhattan Project, on the other hand, I've said this before, I kind of, I don't know, just like sort of like the vibe and aesthetic of it, like kind of like a more minimalist aesthetic of it, I kind of prefer Manhattan Project a bit to Turtles in Time.
They're the same game. With different levels, but they're more or less the same game.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, Manhattan Project was kind of like their attempt at, like, porting Turtles in Time to the NES and not really being able to do that, but doing something else. Yeah, I like Manhattan Project.
It has throws.
Yeah, I like Manhattan Project. That's, I think a lot of people kind of sleep on Manhattan Project because, like, Turtles in Time kind of came out at around the same time, and everybody remembers Turtles in Time. I don't think as many people talk about Manhattan Project, though. Manhattan Project has some good tunes, too. I mean, it's Konami. I don't think they could make bad music if they tried, but there's also another NES beat-em-up that not a lot of people talk about that's really good, mainly because it came out really late in the console's lifespan.
Mighty Final Fight?
No. I haven't actually played that one, but I've heard it's pretty good. I was gonna say, Batman Returns.
Or the NES?
Batman Returns for NES. There was a Super Nintendo version, which a lot of people. Super Nintendo version was really just kind of a Final Fight clone. NES one, I guess you could say it's like a Mighty Final Fight clone, but I'd say like that one also has some really good. That one also has like some pretty good. What was it? That one also has some really good music, some nice graphics.
I see.
Some pretty satisfying. I don't know. That's one you might maybe enjoy.
Let's give that a try.
It definitely gets pretty hard though.
Right about now?
Huh?
Let's give that a try right about now.
Yeah.
Alright.
Batman Returns for NES. It might also be listed under Batman 3, I think, because I think that might be what it's called in some countries. Although it has absolutely nothing to do with the first two Batman games on NES. Those two were side-scrollers and by a completely different developer. This, I think, was...
Heard of this.
This was, I think, based off the second movie.
Of course it was. That's exactly the name of the movie.
Whereas, like, Batman Return of the Joker, I think, was just a sequel to the first NES game, because they couldn't wait for the next Batman movie to come out.
It's also based on the comics. Return of the Joker.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought they were... Wait, was the first game based off the... I always thought the first game was based off the Tim Burton movie.
It's Batman Returns.
Batman Returns was a movie tie-in game, but like, wasn't the first Batman game based off the first Tim Burton movie?
Batman Returns is the name of the movie.
Yeah. No, there was Batman Returns, but before Batman Returns, there was Batman.
Yep. So Batman
the one with
Returns
Jack Nicholson.
Is
the one with Jack
second
Nicholson.
movie.
Yeah, Batman Returns was the second movie. The first one was with Jack Nicholson as the Joker. I would say, like, as far as like standalone Batman movies, I would say that's probably my favorite. Dark Knight, I understand why everybody likes Dark Knight. There's a lot of I like Dark Knight, but I just kind of prefer the Tim Burton Batman movie.
It was so.
The story is unskippable, by the way. Sorry.
It was ridiculous, though.
Yeah.
Also, Batman kills people in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a beat 'em up. Interesting.
Yeah.
I
Good
have
music,
never
right?
heard of this. I don't know. I don't really care.
Also, if you like, also there's you do have like specials. So if you press select, and I think it's like you press like B. You have like if you just like mess around with the buttons, you can do a whole bunch of things. So select allows you to use like limited attacks. Like I think you have like a batarang and stuff like that.
Yep.
So you have to press select, and then I think you do up and B, and then also down and B. I think does something else.
Yep.
Like the NES controller, basically like the NES controller only had 2 buttons, but they get as much mileage out of that as they possibly can.
Hey, the Game
You also have a jump.
Game Gear had
Huh?
less buttons.
Yeah, true. Like, yeah, like there was that one, what was it? That one X-Men game where it's like, it's 3 buttons, and they just, like, did everything they possibly could with that. It was like a side-scroller of some kind. I can't remember. Was it X-Men?
I don't know.
It was something you played.
Oh, it was Iron Man Exo Man.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. Man of War! But yeah, like yeah, the only thing though is like, the weird thing though is like, it's weird how you press select to switch between your special items, but it doesn't just overwrite, like the B punching, which I feel like it kind of should.
Why?
I feel like that would probably be a better mechanic.
Yeah, I think it works. I think it works better. This way.
Yeah. Oh, also you can
So that-
jump kick.
Look, so that you can punch these guys,
Yeah.
and you can combo into that. See? It works.
Yeah, you can also jump kick, and you can, if you press A and B together, you have, like, a spin attack. And those you're definitely going to want to do, if at all possible, because they do a lot more damage. And especially when you get to the bosses, that's going to be pretty vital.
Nah, that takes HP. It's a
Oh, does it?
inspiration.
Yeah, well, so... Well, like, when you get to the bosses, though, it's gonna be worth it, I think.
I think this is a boss. Oh no, just
Yeah, that's not a boss, I don't think. You do also, I will say, I think you also do have, like, the annoying motorcycle guys from, like, Streets of Rage 2.
yeah, I already beat
They're
one.
warning. I actually did a review of this game years ago when I was doing Vintage Gaming Show. That was actually the last episode of Vintage Gaming Show I ever did. Yeah, here's the boss.
Alright. Oh yeah, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah,
You got
but
me now.
you have.
Meh.
Yeah, that review, I submitted that review to a contest, and I got so roasted in that contest because the review was so bad. I got so roasted that, like, I basically just quit YouTube for, like, 5 years.
What? Even if you whiff, it takes your HP. That sucks.
Yeah, I guess. Might also be worth checking out the Super Nintendo Batman Returns if you haven't played that yet. That's also a beat 'em up, but kind of more of like a Final Fight clone, I would have said. I guess you can be the judge of that, but I kind of like really kind of compared it to like the SNES port of Final Fight.
Alright.
There were a couple Batman Returns games. There was one on the Atari Lynx, in fact, which is really dire. That one's like, it's a side the Atari Lynx Batman Returns is more of a side scroller, and it's just really bad hit detection. Just
Oh,
really
the
hard,
Atari
really
Lynx,
unfair. Huh?
Atari Lynx. Okay, got it.
I'm not saying you have to play all of those games. I'm just like letting you know.
Alright.
There was a Sega CD Batman Returns game. I can't remember. No, that one. Yeah, that one was kind of like Time Gal, I think, where it's like.
I think it's part platformer and part driving game. I think that's what.
Was it a platformer? I don't remember. I just remember like the drop. Like, I don't think most people get past the driving sequences. I don't remember if there was a Batman Returns Genesis game, and if there was, I don't know what kind of game that would have been.
I know there's a Master System game. I beat it some time ago on stream.
Batman Returns? I don't know what that game would have been.
It's a platformer.
Oh, that one's a platform? Okay. Any good? I mean, like, as far as platformers go?
It was okay.
Alright. That sounds about fair.
Hey!
And if there was, like, a...
Okay, welcome.
The one thing I will say, too, about the Atari Lynx game is that it was inexplicably bundled with the Lynx. So I think that gave people a much worse impression of the Lynx than it really deserved.
Right.
It's like if the NES came bundled with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Like, even if you want to defend that game, it's definitely not what you should introduce people to if they've never, like, actually seen the NES.
It was okay.
See, I think there was an Amiga game. I think that one was pretty decent. I think there was also a fairly decent C64 game. You think the whole game was driving / platforming, the Sega CD one? Okay. Yeah, I think, like, just most people don't get past the driving stage, because that, like, if I remember, like, the driving stage was just, like, insanely hard. And it's kind of, if I remember right, I might be getting it confused with Time Gal, too, but I remember, like, the driving controls, they weren't, like, direct driving controls, I don't think. I think they were more, like... It was kind of more like you press a button at the right time and it does the thing. It's very kind of like FMB control.
Why are you confused, Katsu? Ouch. Come on.
You don't think? What are you talking about? Batman Returns, the one that Elle is playing. This isn't a terrible game. This one is actually really nice.
He's talking about Jekyll and Hyde. What's so ironic about
Oh, okay. I mean,
I fail to see the irony.
I'd say Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is a good concept executed really poorly. Wasn't it a port of the Genesis game with exclusive? Oh, so was the Genesis game also kind of a platformer? Okay. I don't know. I've never played the Genesis game. Although, the Genesis version of Return of the Joker, I think that's called Revenge of the Joker, that one is pretty good, too. Batman games, like the side-scrolling ones by Sunsoft, those are pretty good, but they are, like, extremely
So
hard.
the irony is Elle doesn't like linear platformers with a lot of restriction on what you can do, which Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is to an extreme. You think? I don't think it is.
I would say that, yeah. No, I get that. Like, you can't even, like, hurt anyone when you're Jekyll, and you kind of have to, like... It's basically just memorization of, like, where all the enemies are.
No, it's not. It is not
And you kind of just have to
memorization.
avoid them, and then, like,
It's
when you...
reaction to what the enemies do. It's not
I guess.
memorization.
There are some people who defend Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde now. I will
don't
still
defend-
say, like...
I don't defend it either. I just don't think
Yeah.
it's a terrible game, as you people say.
Like I said, I think it's a good concept executed poorly.
First of all,
Like, I like the idea of, like, sort of like a platformer where you're sort of meant to sort of like play it like pacifist until you turn into Mr. Hyde, in which case you have to kill things to relieve your stress meter. That's an interesting idea. I think it was a good idea on paper, just poorly executed.
Yeah, that part is very poorly executed. Like, it doesn't even tell you what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why a lot of people just didn't like it. Justifiably, I think.
Uh-huh. What is that?
You agree with LDP, you think? Okay.
Oh, no, I'm like asking, what is that banging sound every now and then?
Oh, just me hitting my desk. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm just like readjusting in the chair.
Alright. So I don't think it's as restrictive as, let's say, Castlevania. Which is totally restrictive in what you can do.
I mean, I don't think I remember the controls being much better in Castlevania, or in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde either, so...
No, it's just that in Castlevania, there's really nothing you can do. You have to deal with... look, whether you're a speedrunner or whether you're a total noob, you have to deal with the same enemies the same way. You have very little options. You either whip them, you try to jump over them if there are no other enemies around, or...
Well, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, you can only jump over them.
Sub-weapon at them. Yes, but there are different ways that you can jump over them.
I guess.
Yep. Just not as restrictive.
Anyway, welcome Yasuke. The entire show has just basically been this.
Uh-huh. Like, for example, you
Rez Castle, huh?
Here, you like to defend Castlevania, classic Castlevania. Why?
I don't know, I just think... I disagree with you that it's slow,
stop
first of
disagreeing.
all.
Okay, stop disagreeing with me. Give me a reason of your own. Stop disagreeing with me because... Stop imputing things with me. Stop imputing things on me. Just tell me what you like, what you don't like.
I defend Castlevania. I defend Castlevania just because it is, like... You know, I think the aesthetic was really ahead of its time for the time. I think that, you know, the enemies are unique. I think that it is, you know, pretty fast, fluid gameplay.
Fast?
Yeah, like, I don't think there's any, like, major lag or anything. With
fast
the
and fluid.
Yeah, fast and fluid, I would say.
Okay,
yeah.
what is fast and fluid about it?
Just how you can, like, kind of, like, go to the right and just sort of, like, mow down bad guys, really. Like...
How?
Literally,
you have to stop in order to whip.
Do you? I guess...
Yes.
Yeah, I guess... Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I don't know. I just think, like... I think I don't remember who said it. I think it might have actually been Ketsu who said it. Like, you can, like, a game can kind of just live and die off of a vibe. Like, that's sort of like the thing with Splatterhouse. Like, huh?
It was Katsu.
Yeah, like Splatterhouse, for example. I don't like Splatterhouse, but I understand why people do like Splatterhouse because that game kind of lives and dies off of its vibe, and I think all the Castlevania games are kind of like that.
Okay. So you like the ambience of the Castlevania games? Is that it?
Yeah, like I like the kind of like very kind of macabre graphics of it. I like the enemies. The enemies are always very creative. Even now, like I think like that aesthetic of Castlevania sort of holds up pretty well.
Okay.
And you know, I've never really had any issue. I mean, I've had issues with the gameplay, but nothing to where it really keeps me from like not liking the game any less. I mean, like I there's definitely bullshit elements of it. There's definitely BS elements of it. You know, obviously the backwards jumping is like the major one. You know, lack of jump control, even if I don't have an issue with that, I understand that people do, and I acknowledge that. You know, kind of like the enemy patterns definitely being pretty BS at times. It's not a perfect game, but it's one that I always have a soft spot for.
Alright, so here's my problem with that game in particular. It's a caveman game. It's primitive.
Yeah, you could say that about just about any game from
No,
1986.
No, just look at it. Just look at the aesthetics of it. And look at the way it plays, the way it controls. It's super primitive. And people will defend it and say, the design is, on purpose. Your movement is restricted on purpose because it's meant to be played slowly. It's meant to be...
I mean, like, Super Mario Brothers doesn't even have backgrounds for the most part. Like, that's
And
even
it looks
more-
better. And it looks better. Yes, it looks a lot less
well,
primitive.
I respectfully disagree with that.
No, look. Let's just take a look. Here. Take a look at Castlevania here. Hey, Nintendo. Welcome.
You know, it's ironic that you probably played this game more than any other game on stream just to, like, talk shit about it.
Of course not. Where is it? And yes.
For you, it's partially the vibe and partially the challenge. I can see that, yeah. You even liked the N64. I liked the N64 Castlevania as well. I don't understand why people don't like it. I guess just because it's different.
I think it's PRG1. Yeah. Should be this one. Maybe.
Yeah, PRG1 I think is that's the chip that it uses.
Alright.
It's
So here
Yeah,
is...
like that's the chip. Basically, like basically like the first NES mapper, which allowed for like backgrounds and stuff like this.
Here is the first Castlevania. I mean, look at those flippin' graphics over there. What's advanced about that? It's caveman flippin' graphics.
Again, like you could say that about
No, look.
any game from the time.
Even though the first Super Mario Brothers has a lot simpler backgrounds, at least it didn't have that flippin' flickering. Okay.
I guess that's true, but like, I guess that's not something I ever really noticed or like put much thought into, I suppose.
Why is it super noticeable? Even on an analog TV, you can see it.
You know, I don't think I know. I have played Castlevania on an analog TV back when I had it on the Virtual Console.
So yeah.
You see that the OG Final Fantasy 6 or 7 rather.
You
Crisis
see,
Core.
see these graphics? They look dirty to my eyes. They look messy and dirty.
I mean, they aren't like bright and colorful, but that's not really
No,
the
they just
aesthetic
look,
of the game.
they just look messy. Like, I'm not even sure what stuff is.
That I guess I can see, like, messy. Like, it kind of tries to do a little bit more than it realistically can for the time. I guess you could argue, like, the graphics are a little bit too detailed for their own good, like, too detailed for the tech they had at the time.
Whatever.
And I guess really that is kind of like the benefit of having like a more simple background is the backgrounds are a lot cleaner. Like if you look at like if you look at like the original Mario or Metroid or something like that, like Metroid had no backgrounds beyond just black.
You guys like the gritty background. That's a problem. I don't like them.
Tetsu says to me, it just looks like a rustic castle. I like the dirt. Yeah.
More like a rusty castle.
Or the crack, the crude details. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna argue that, like, Castlevania isn't a relic of its time, but as far as games go for the time, it was pretty ahead of its time as well. Definitely, like, obviously, like, the series would get better. Like, obviously, you had, like, Bloodlines, which is my favorite classic Castlevania game. And then, obviously, Symphony of the Night is my favorite, just in general. You liked Metroid because it's atmosphere? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like, Metroid specifically, like...
Stupidest power-up ever. See that? What's the purpose of that?
Yeah, I always thought, like, the invincibility was just, like... Oh, and also, like, the screen clear thing, like, it, like, basically doesn't work. Yeah, no, like, I agree with, who said that? Was that Cerulean? Oh, no, it was, no, it was Cerulean. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, Metroid, like, the entire... If you want to talk about vibes, Metroid has that in spades. It has, like, this really kind of atmospheric, desolate vibe to it. And that's, like, that was, like, really ahead of its time for the time.
Let's see.
Like, just a feeling of emptiness and loneliness and... And then, like, later on, like, the Metroid games would really expand up. Like, Super Metroid kind of perfected that vibe, even more so than some of the later games.
So, let's take a look at it. Where is that coming from?
I don't know.
Overrated!
Yes.
I think it's feedback from your speakers, your microphone. But I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Alright. So let's take a look at Super Mario with Duck Hunt. I had this cart.
I like this NES. Do you like the NES Metroid? Or, oh, you don't like the NES Metroid, says Katsu. It's not as bad. It's not a bad game, but you'd rather play the G... Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Zero Mission, like...
Here, take a look. Take a look at the simplistic graphics that you say.
Like, there's merit to both, I believe.
Here, take a look at the simplistic graphics compared to Castlevania. Look at those clouds.
Like, I would say, like, the benefit to that is... The benefit to the simplistic backgrounds is you do kind of have, like... You're able to see the enemies a little bit better because they don't blend into the backgrounds.
I mean, look at those clouds.
Like, Goombas aren't going to blend into... Like, they contrast the background well enough to where you can see them.
Look at the clouds, look at the bricks, look at the pipe. Look at this. Look at Mario himself, look at the details on him. See, it's clean. Graphics are clean.
Yeah, I mean, like, everything basically represents what it's supposed to be.
Yes, and it doesn't look primitive at all.
Oh, I think the screen is overlapping your model. Just
What?
heads up.
Nope, no it's not. I'm overlapping the screen. That's okay.
Or yeah.
Here, I can move to the side a bit. Whatever. Boingy boingy. Let's just get
Yeah, like... Yeah, definitely to Ketsu's point, the original Metroid NES has not aged all that well. Definitely Zero Mission added a lot of necessary things that I think makes the game fantastic.
I don't like the graphical hubris of NES Castlevania. No, it's not that. I just don't like the way it looks. It looks dirty. It looks like a caveman drew it.
Actually, I think you have the game. Do you have the game going in like 2 different windows?
What? You sure?
I think
That's
you.
how...
I think you did have it going in 2 different
No.
windows.
You're the only one who can see that.
Oh, sorry.
Only the 2 of us can see that.
Oh, okay, got it.
This is how I usually play.
Okay.
I don't have it on full screen or anything.
Okay, yeah, I understand then.
Hello, SJ.
Oh yeah, because I'm like looking at your I don't know.
Yeah, you're looking at my OBS screen.
Yeah, got it. I didn't know you could full screen the OBS screen. I don't know if I'd actually want that, but it's cool that it exists. This game blew your mind because the game actually scrolled. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Because like, if you like look at like games that were contemporary to this, like Pitfall, like they were platformers, but they were all flip screen. Actually, do you have Atari 2600 ROMs?
I can just get them on the fly.
Okay, download Pitfall 2. You could argue that like Pitfall 2 might be, I guess Pitfall 1 even is kind of a Metroidvania, but like Pitfall 2 is check that one out. It's a really ahead of its time thing.
I see. Well, let me get myself killed here, and we will do it.
No, do the infinite life trick thing. Show off.
Yeah. It's hard. Wow.
That's fucked. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, you know what I bet it is, actually? I think it might... Yeah, I think, like, Discord might be lagging occasionally, and, yeah, that feedback is going on to your thing.
Oh, I see.
I think that might actually be... We may have found the victory, possibly. 'Cause, yeah, like, Discord will, like, sometimes freeze up for a second, and then, like, reconnect. Speaking of Discord, you got a notification, I think.
Right.
Good for you. You're popular.
Ah! Fudge! Screw that. Alright.
Yeah, some games don't try and reinvent the wheel, and like, yeah, if you can like just like do a concept that's already executed really well, you know, there's no harm in ripping something off if you do it well.
Pitfall 2 time. Pitfall 2 ROM. Yes. By the way, it seems CD Romance doesn't host ROMs anymore or something.
It doesn't? Oh. I guess
Maybe,
Nintendo got to them.
Maybe just
Someone
maybe just some games. Let me see.
I don't know. I don't know if CD Romance ever did 2600 games.
Yeah, this site doesn't host any files.
Hmm.
Just found out today. Sad.
Hmm.
Yep, CD romance is no longer a viable option for ROMs. You heard it here first, folks.
Yep. So Pitfall 2, I think it's Pitfall 2 Crystal Caverns or something?
Yeah, The Lost Caverns is the name of the
Oh, the
ROM.
Lost Caverns, that's it.
Just,
That one's...
this here.
Pitfall 2 is really ahead of its time because it did scrolling before Super Mario Brothers even. I don't know if it had 8-way directional scrolling, but I think it definitely
shall see.
scrolled downwards. Huh?
We shall see. Let's go.
Even the original Pitfall was kind of like adventure based, although like it didn't like the original Pitfall didn't really have like a ton of gameplay to it. It's just like go across the 4 screens now, go across those exact same 4 screens, but everything is faster. Very like kind of simplistic 2600 game. This one, on the other hand, I think is pretty ahead of its time. It used a special chip that allowed for basically switch banking. So it allowed for games to have a lot more memory than is typically allowed.
It's loud. Wait.
Yeah. Has a good soundtrack too. For a Atari game, which typically didn't have any soundtrack.
This game has better controls than Castlevania.
Wow.
It does. Look,
I mean, you only...
it does.
Yeah, and for the record, you don't have any attacks, obviously. You just have the one button which jumps.
Yeah, I know. This is an Atari.
Yeah. Pitfall 1 was the same way. You didn't have any attacks, you just jumped over things or, like, went on vines. See, like, it even has, like, its own, song whenever you get hit. I always thought that was kind of clever. This one, unfortunately, I think came out pretty late in the 2600's lifespan, so not a lot of people played it when it was new. Although it was ported to a bunch of other things, like it played, like it was ported to C64. I think most people might have played it there.
Alright.
Obviously,
how
this is
do
like
I deal with
very.
this thing?
This was like really far deep into the video game crash in North America, so not a lot of people played it.
Wait. Can I go inside this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, see, like it does have scrolling. I think this was ultimately like something crazy, like 16 times the amount of ROM that a typical 2600 game. Like, I think like the limit was something like 4.
Looks like a
I think the
checkpoint.
limit was something crazy, like 128 bytes, typically on like a stock 2600 game. And with this technology, I think this game might have ultimately been something like 2K. But later on, they got like games using similar technology to be up to like 64K of ROM.
This is
So
pretty
like
advanced.
multiple times as multiple times more powerful than stock 2600 hardware.
For a 2600 game, this is pretty advanced.
It really is, right?
Usually they have just simple arcadey games.
Yeah, like look at this, like just even like look at like Pitfall Harry, and like it looks like an actual person almost. Like these things actually like represent the things they're supposed to be. That's pretty advanced for 2600.
So it doesn't drag you back. It drags you back to the last checkpoint.
Yeah, it drives you back to the last checkpoint.
That's acceptable.
I don't know. is necessarily a Metroidvania. It's still fairly linear, but there is like room to explore.
No, I don't think it's a Metroidvania.
There was Super Pitfall on NES, which was even more based around exploring, but that one was a really bad game.
What was bad about it? It looks pretty good.
It's really glitched. A lot of the enemies are really unfair. Like, you can't even kill a lot of the enemies with the gun that you have.
Yeah. Hey.
I mean, I guess in this game you can't kill anything. Yeah, the waterfalls will, like, bring you down to the bottom.
Whee!
But yeah, essentially just the thing is just explore these levels and collect all the artifacts.
You have to collect all of them.
I think in order to, like... You know, I say that, like... I don't know if there is actually an ending to this game. It might just be, like, collect the artifacts and get a high score.
It's like a score attack. Okay, got it.
I think so. I don't know if this game actually has an ending. I would imagine no, because usually 2600 games didn't.
Alright.
There's only, like, a handful of games on 2600 I can really think of where you actually can beat it. Like, Indiana Jones, which was... like, the definition of, like, too ambitious for its own good. Literally required you to use 2 controllers in order to play it. That's all I can think of. Adventure, I guess, also had an ending, didn't it?
Got the answer for CD Romance.
You'll post your findings on, you'll post your findings to you, LCX. Yeah, just post it in his Discord.
Huh. So how do you feel about emotionally charged stories? Like, what's your favorite video game story, for example? If you have any.
Well, I've always said, I've said before Persona.
Persona!
Probably Persona 5, but Persona 3 could usurp that, potentially, if I got more into it.
Do you get invested in the characters?
Oh yeah, that's true! You're right, Neo Phantom. 2600 ET had an ending. 2600 ET isn't that bad. You played 2600 ET on stream, right? What was your
Yes, I have.
thoughts on that?
It was okay.
Yeah, it's definitely... I think, you know, it's funny, even the nerd, when he finally reviewed ET for 2600, he said, like, yeah, it's not that bad. Like, all of the people who say, like, oh, it's responsible for the video game crash, that's kind of just a lot of revisionist history. Like, ET was not solely responsible for the game crash. There were a lot of factors. Really, just in general,
Interesting.
yeah, in general, like, it was just mostly kind of down to, like, video games sort of being, like, a burgeoning thing, and people not really understanding the potential that the technology could have, because it didn't really have a lot of potential at that point. The technology wasn't really there. But, like, and then also, like, there was just so many consoles. Like, you had, like, the Atari 2600, you had the Intellivision, you had the ColecoVision, the 5200, and all of these consoles, if you really boiled it down, were all kind of the same. Like, even the 5200, which was, like, you know, it was the successor to the 2600, but yet it still just had the same games. It was like, oh, you liked Pac-Man on 2600? Well, play that on the 5200. It's the exact same game, just better graphics. Like, it all kind of felt. I have to imagine it all kind of felt a bit repetitious because like you had like a couple hit games and then a whole bunch of other games that just ripped off those hit games. Like you had like Pac-Man, and then you had all of the rip-offs of Pac-Man, like Lock and Chase, or Ladybug, or Casey Munchkin on the Odyssey 2.
What do you think of Mappyland?
I played that, and I really aggressively did not like that.
Why
I
not?
played it... Huh?
Why don't you like it?
I just remember, like, the controls being really bad, and, like, the graphics being pretty disorienting. It's been a while since I played it. I played it, one of the earlier streams I did was the Namco Museum Classics,
Yeah,
or whatever
I
it was called.
was there.
Oh, were you?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Wow, you really do go back a long way. But yeah, it was like it was before I even had like an HD capture device, so I had to point the camera at my TV. But yeah, I always thought I didn't like the original Mappy, but I kind of like learned how to play it on that one stream, and I was like, you know what, Mappy actually isn't that bad. Like Mappy is a pretty decent game. Mappy Land, though, I don't know. It's just I need to play that one again. I just remembered it being basically like kind of confusing and disorienting and just not fun.
Alright.
Another game that did another game that kind of did like what Super Mario Brothers did before Super Mario Brothers is Pac-Land, I think it was.
Pac-Land.
That's an interesting one. A lot of the home ports of Pac-Land really don't do it justice because so like the original arcade machine, if you look at it, it didn't have any sort of joystick. It used buttons. So you would press like a specific button to go left and right. And they were but like the left and right buttons were on the right, and like you had like a jump. So like if you played Pac-Land on the NES, the buttons are swapped from what you would normally expect. It's like you had to go left and right, you held down the B button and the A button. And to jump, you press any button on the D-pad.
Isn't Pac-Land that, maybe you're thinking of Pac-Mania?
No, Pac-Mania was the isometric one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, Pac-Mania was the isometric one. I'm talking about Pac-Land. Pac-Land was sort of based more so on the cartoon at the time, I believe.
Okay.
You also had Pac-Man 2, which was really kind of based on the arcade. That was for Super Nintendo and Genesis. That's a unique idea. Basically, they kind of advertised it as like a playable cartoon.
Yep.
So what you have is kind of like a pseudo point-and-click game, but
Yes, exactly.
a little bit more. Yeah, like a pseudo point-and-click game, but like with a little bit more control than that might usually suggest.
Yes, this is Pitfall 2, Darth. Like us.
Yeah. You liking this game?
It's okay.
Yeah, it's like pretty yeah, like you said, it's really ahead of its time.
I don't like the lack of control you have when you fall. You have like a very low control. You can like keep tapping a direction. That's
Yeah,
right.
this yeah, you do not have a lot. Even more so than like Castlevania, it's really kind of commit to your jump.
Committing to the jump I'm okay with. Falling, I am not okay with.
Yeah. Coleco and Intellivision ports were crushing 2600s. But the need to get the 5200.
Yeah, and then like also the 5200 had like a lot of like, I mean the controllers would often like just break after a couple of hours. Also, I don't even think the joysticks centered properly. I don't know if they were supposed to, or like that's just how they designed it originally. Like the joysticks didn't even center properly.
Well, looks like there's no way to get up there. But
I still say the Vectrex is probably the best out of these, because like it's not even like it necessarily had the best graphics out of all the systems, but it's just the most unique, and as a result, kind of the one that stands the test of time the most. Like, you're never going to see that vector aesthetic ever again, because you'd have to like build a specific monitor in order to even properly show it. I still have my Vectrex. It's right next to me. I've thought before about selling it because I could realistically sell the Vectrex and get like double what I paid for it.
so, yeah, that leads me to this. Do you consider yourself a retro game collector?
Really? I used to. I used to be more into that, but like, you know, like it's not very easy to do nowadays unless you have pretty deep wallet, or more so, you have pretty deep wallets and you're willing to go deep into those wallets. Like, I could probably, like, I probably have enough money to where I could, like, build, like, a pretty decently sized collection of NES games and SNES games. Just not really what I want to spend my money on, though.
Okay, so, I really don't get the appeal of that, actually. Collection.
Yeah, like, I don't really see the appeal to it much either. Other than, like, I just, really all I can say is just, like, a classic feel, like, you know, like somebody like Eugene, like, you know, prefers playing the games on a classic CRT television. It kind of, like, masks some of the imperfections that you otherwise wouldn't see, or that you otherwise wouldn't see on something like a flat screen television.
Weird.
And, like, you know, like, and you have, like, the classic controller. You know, there's a... And, like, the cartridges and stuff, like, I'm not saying I'm really a fan of, I'm not really a fan of, like, game collecting anymore, unless it's something that's really difficult to emulate, i.e. the Vectrex. Like, the major reason I wanted to get a Vectrex is because, like, it's literally impossible to emulate unless you have the very specific monitor. I mean, there are Vectrex emulators, but they aren't very good. Like, even just, like, the monitor aside, Vectrex emulation is surprisingly really bad.
Hey, Lorenzo!
Like, you can't even, like, do, like Spike, the game that has, speech on it. I don't think that's actually emulated properly at all. MAME, I think, might actually do a slightly better job at emulating Vectrex, but even then, I don't think it's perfect.
And again, it never will be because you need the specific monitor. You had an Atari 400, which was comparable to the 800. Yeah, I think the 400 just had like less RAM or something than the 800. I believe my neighbors might have had a 5200. The 5200 was really just a consoleized version of the computers. So really, you just got like the exact like a lot of 5200 games were just direct ports of 400 and 800 games.
Hello, what's this?
Hey, Gerardo.
You prefer to use actual hardware, as emulators will never be able to emulate as good as a console. Nah, I don't think so.
I disagree with that. I think that, like, NES emulation is, I would argue, better than the real thing, because you can do things like have, like, pseudo-stereo, and you have, like, filters that allow you to, like, smooth out the graphics, and if you don't want that, you can just turn all that stuff off and have, like, a more authentic experience. But, like, NES emulation, I would say, is just as good, if not better, than, Now, like, to be fair, like, that's not true of all consoles, especially, like, newer ones. Like, PS1 emulation still, like, as good as PS1 emulation is now, it's still not exactly the same as an original PlayStation. That being said, you know, it will be. We're playing Metroid now. Okay. What was it? Yeah, like,
Yes?
well, especially for, like, PS1 and PS2 games, it kind of makes more sense to play, like, on actual hardware, because, like, a lot of those games are just, like, really dark, unless you play them on anything other than a CRT. Because, like, the CRT has, like, a natural glow that,
Go back to, L-Talk. Where did it go?
yeah, like CRTs
Yeah.
do have, like, a natural glow that, like, flat screen TVs don't have. So you have, like, well, like, Morrowind, for example, is really hard to see without, like, playing it on a flat screen TV. Also, you know, things like I want to say Dark Souls. Dark Souls would have been, like, on a flat screen TV, so that game is new enough to where, like, yeah, I don't know.
It's
But
not
yeah,
a-
there's, like, a lot of
It's not a
games that are really good. Huh?
Yes, Darth Fighter says it's not authentic though.
Yeah, and really that's kind of just a common argument. It depends on how much you care about authenticity. I don't really care about it all that much, and it seems neither does Elle.
Then you're able to do
Oh, is this Zero Mission?
stuff like this. No, this is the original game. Modified.
Oh yeah, that's right. You, like, I need to figure out how to do, like, HD packs, because I never quite got that working.
Here. Let me,
I know it works in Mezen. I don't have, like, standalone Mezen, but it should work in the RetroArch core. I'm not sure.
I don't think it does. You need a
Really?
standalone
Like-
version.
That's strange, because, like, the RetroArch core has an option to turn on HD pack. I'll have to look into how all of that works at some point, but, like,
It
I think
does.
the only two, like, really impressive ones I saw were, like, this one, and I think there was a pretty decent Castlevania one. Yeah, like, it mostly uses, like, Super Metroid sounds.
Playing Paperboy on NES on emulation is absolutely atrocious. What is that?
I mean, I would argue playing Paperboy in general is pretty atrocious. I don't like that game. Why though? Like just like the overscan or something? You know you can turn that off. Yeah, this looks good as hell. I need to figure out how to do HD packs. This is a fan game? No, this is literally the NES game, but with like enhanced graphics and sound. It's an HD pack. It works in the Mezen emulator.
I don't like the gatekeeping. What did I say? I don't get it.
I don't. Oh, I think Nintendo might be like responding. Maybe that's like something you said previously. Just kind of like how like the authentic people kind of just try to like gatekeep. Like, oh, if you play on an emulator, you aren't a real retro gamer. Like kind of stuff like that. I think is sort of like what he's trying to allude to.
Right.
Which, if so, I agree to that. I don't like you know, like I play on emulation, but if you play on like actual hardware, I mean, that's totally fine. I just don't feel the need to spend all that extra money. There are a few systems where there are like N64. I do think I want to get an EverDrive for that at some point. Mainly because like N64 emulation still isn't really perfect. So like I could, and like, as much as I don't like the N64 stock controller, it is kind of vital for a lot of the games. Because it like for example like most like modern controllers have like 2 joysticks. The N64 didn't do that. And as a result, like a lot of the, like some of the N64 games, like those buttons, they wouldn't actually control the camera. They would just do other things. So you could at least do that with actual buttons. And you wouldn't have like a dual stick, like DualShock Onward.
Personally, I don't collect video games because I don't see the reason to. I don't care about authenticity. I'll play...
the reason that who is this? I don't know, but I think Gerardo. The reason fuck scalpers, I agree. That's like the major reason I can't get into that market. Like, at the end of the day, just play your games how you want to play them. Play whatever games you want. Like...
Yep.
Like, I'm not super into mobile gaming, but I'm not going to be one of those elitists. I'm not going to be one of those elitists who says that, oh, if you only play mobile games, you aren't a real gamer. Like, play whatever games you want and call yourself whatever the hell you want.
Hey, what do you think of Mobile Legends, by the way?
I liked it a lot more than I expected I would. I played that a couple of weeks or months ago. Yeah, months ago, probably at this point.
I think you can actually play it for real.
I don't know. I haven't really touched the game much since I played it on emulate
Dare to
ROM
play a game with me right now.
I don't know if I can. I might still be in the tutorial.
No, you're not.
I'm not? Okay. I guess I could do that. I don't know if I would be any good at it, though.
No, you won't be any good at it. But it's okay.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, you need experience in that game to be any good.
Definitely, yeah.
But, you know, you just get the experience of playing the game. For real with human opponents. Tell me if you're ready. And,
I'm loading it on my phone now. I don't know.
I can't carry him. Because
Huh?
if you're up against people around the same elo as me, then we're screwed.
Let me see. Panama, what the hell?
Let's get out of here.
Create character. I already did Mobile Legends. Why is it asking me to create a... It, like, deleted my progress.
Bitch, get out of here. Yes. Ah, I forgot. You gotta be a ball. Never mind. Did it delete your progress?
I think I have to create a character again. It looks like it deleted my progress. Maybe.
Create a
Not
character
sure.
or an account?
Or I guess an account maybe? I'm not sure.
That's weird.
Oh, wait. You have created an account. Oh, confirm to skip the tutorial. Yes.
Oh, okay. There you go. Give me.
I don't know where to go to.
I'll do it. Okay, wait. Let me just, close this. And turn on Let's View.
So you can just send a link to me?
I will have to send you my, code, or you do the same. Something like that. It should be in
Okay.
your player profile. Anyways, let me just, turn on Let's View first so we can show our gameplay to the chat.
As long as I don't have to put any effort into it, I'm fine.
So I'm going to backseat you a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be your tank. I'm going to try to not let you get killed. But you'll have to work with me.
Don't make me.
Just
do
so you
shit.
see how it plays against real.
Still, I guess there is still some tutorial I need to do. I don't know.
Oh, what's it saying?
It's still making me do shit.
Oh, it always does that. Even if you aren't doing anything, it always does that. That's the
It's making me press certain buttons. So I have to do.
yes, that's the. Oh, it is. What's it saying?
I wasn't really reading it. I don't know. Let me
Try quitting out the app and going back in.
Okay.
Okay, now I think I got it.
What's this? Hello.
So,
Why did you
what do
delete?
I have to...
Why did you delete the Why did you guys delete Retro Sonic 1991's message? It just said hello, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is, but don't delete them.
Alright. So, go search for... Wait, what's your profile name? I'll find
It's just L Diener Productions.
L Diener Productions. Alright. So, no capitalization.
No, there is capitalization.
Well,
L and P are capitalized.
let's just see what we come up with. Name search. Player not found. Wonderful.
Hmm.
You know your ID.
Is there an ID?
Yeah, on your profile. Should show your ID. So top left. Tap
Top left? Okay.
it and it should show you your player ID.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. It's like yeah, okay, I got it.
It's a lot of numbers, yes.
Ready?
Yep.
152
Yeah.
310
Yep.
516 11, and there's in parentheses 5435.
That should be okay. ID search. Player not found. Yeah. So I need to put this 5435.
I'll send a screenshot to you on Discord.
Yeah. That should be easier. Let me go to Discord. Here we go. Two, 3, 1, 0, 5. Oh. 161. Right. There you go.
Okay, I must have read the number wrong, or you typed it in wrong or something.
You said there were 2 1s at the end. There's only one. Hey. He's all good. Let's
Add
go.
friends. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. That thing
You see that?
went away.
I followed you.
Oh, it went away. Crap. Can you send another thing?
Okay. Here we are. It should still be there. Like,
Is there like a place for like friend requests?
In today's video, we're introducing the newly revamped.
yeah. Just, click on the, Okay. So, I'm going to show you, right? See the, sort of lower right side. Lower right side of the screen.
Lower right side.
See it says, something like classic or something.
Yeah.
Now, on top of it, you should see, yeah, you should see an icon. 3 icons. With people, you know, like a white icon. This one here.
Okay.
Says new. Social.
Oh, wait, I think I see. Okay, yeah, I see the one with a heart.
Yeah. Okay. Tap on that one. And you should see, somebody following you. In-game friends, FB friends, following / followers.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Alright. So, click on followers.
And
And I should be, one of your followers.
yeah, follow.
Alright. Now I can invite you. Right.
And yeah, it's Nagi. Yeah.
Alright. I sent you an invite. There we go. Ready?
Yay, we did it. We got there in the end. GG's.
Here, ready? Let's go. You gotta press enter. My match.
Oh, okay. Well, somehow we did it. Did we?
Yeah. Yes.
Or no, I'm back at the title
No.
screen.
You just wait for it. Just wait for it. It's going to show you that you can enter a match real soon. Matchmaking. Yes. Hello, Meteor Guard.
Hey, Mid, you came
There
just
you go.
in time.
Press enter
Here we go.
before the time is over. I shall be your tank, I guess.
I think it's just like you drag your finger across the screen and there's like a button to shoot, right?
Who are you? You're
Oh,
gonna be
who do I
Layla.
Who do I pick? Who's best?
Just use Layla.
Layla. Okay.
Yeah. Right. I guess I'll be Two-Girl. Not.
Okay. Wee, I can spin her around. That's cool. Make her dizzy. Touch Layla, get dizzy.
Alright, you know where to go for your lane, right? We are up against... Oh, let's
People.
see. I don't know. Grandmasters or Epics? Epics
Well,
and
let's
Masters.
see how this goes.
Epics and Masters, so it's not too bad. So, follow me.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. How this goes now.
Hello. Hey, not there. Not there. Here. Here, on top. Never mind, he's going there. Let's go here instead. Down. Lower right. Come on, let's go. Oh, fudge, wait. You gotta be kidding me. They took the side lanes. Let's go, to the center. Here. Go to this. Here, center lane. Can you see it? Ah, there. Come back here to the center lane. You don't know where it is. Okay. Here.
I don't know where I am anymore.
Here, wait. There's an enemy there. Don't. Alright, follow me. You see me? That's me.
I think so.
Follow me. Where are you going? Follow me. Here.
I'm trying to follow you.
You're going to the center. Don't go inside. Don't go inside the, jungle area. Alright, just kill those minions there. Don't worry about, the enemies. Just kill these. Shoot. Just shoot. Here, I'll, bring them here. Just shoot them. There. Ah! advance here. That's definitely where enemies will be waiting, right there. See? Kill him! He dead. Nice! Haha! See? Very good. Well done.
Yes.
Back, 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 back. You will die, you will die. Back, back. Really. Go back. Go back. Don't.
I'm trying. Damn it.
Shoot.
I think I'm dead.
Yeah. Time to bring these guys here to kill them.
Oh, I've respawned. Okay.
Yeah.
All is good in the world.
Right. Go back to center lane, but don't advance beyond the turret. See the influence of the turret there? Don't advance. Here. I'm here. Come here. Follow me. Hey, not there. Here. Center. We go center lane. Okay. The idea is to just kill the minions, not the enemies. Don't fight her. Don't fight her. The idea is to get stronger. Kill these minions. Okay, back. No. Here. See. The turret is your friend, so don't stray too far from it. I'm going to check the bushes. Right, no one there. Don't stray too far from the turret. You are too far. You're going to die. Really. You're one shot. Go back to base. Press the recall button. It's a lower...
Recall
It's the... center. See the center button? There's a blue button. That's the recall button. Never mind, just go back to base. All the way back. Come here, girls. Alright, I'm dead. Or not. Nice.
Enemy has slain the turtle.
Where are you?
I think I'm at base? I'm not sure.
No, you gotta go all the way here. Check the minimap at the top. Here. Where are you? No. I'm right behind you. Look. Look. See? I'm right behind you. Follow me.
Okay.
Follow me. Don't go back there. Follow me. I'm here. You look, I'm throwing stuff at you. There. Now follow. That's not me. Never mind. You go there and do stuff.
Our turret is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Yeah.
And I'm dead, I think, officially.
Yeah. You keep respawning in this game until the game is over.
Oh, okay.
Alright. These guys are getting way too... Ah, there you are. Look, I'm going to ask you. Can you see me here? You see me?
Think so now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now just follow me.
Oh, yeah.
Just stay behind me. Don't advance. Just stay behind me. Alright.
An enemy has been
Because see these areas here? Enemies can ambush you from here. If she manages
I like
to
playing this.
survive.
I wish I could play this on my iPad, but I don't think my progress is gonna sync over.
It does. It
Okay.
does sync.
I
Yes,
should
it
try
does.
that then to see if I.
Okay, go back to base. Ah, never mind. That's your ticket back to base.
slain the turret.
Eh. These guys are not as good as they think they are. Eh. You dead? Yeah. Respawn in a few
Yeah.
seconds. We're going to respawn around the same time.
Okay, I respond.
Okay, go to the center lane. Can you see the minimap on top?
Barely. I should actually try and look at this on my iPad so I can, like, next match, so I can see if like that'll give me a bigger screen.
It
Okay.
will, of course.
I think I see you.
Right. Back! That's a bad place to be. Meh, never mind.
I did. DED, dead.
Yep. We're going to respawn in a little bit. You can play this on PC, by the way.
I might try that. That would be, Oh, do you need to download that?
Yeah, you do.
presumably?
I think it's easier on a tablet.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Inhibitor turret is under attack.
The PC version, that's not on Steam, right? You have to, like, download that off a
It's
website.
on Google Play.
Google. Oh, so you have to, like, use BlueStacks or something then.
No, it's on Google. Like it's an app you install via Google.
Okay, so it's Android.
No, it's Windows.
Google does Windows apps now?
Yes.
Okay. I just know, like, Google Play is, like, the Android market.
Inhibitor turret is under attack.
Oh, or is it, like, a Chrome extension, is what you're saying?
No. It's an application by Google for PC.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. I think Windows can, like, do some Android applications now. You have to, like, go through the Amazon store, though.
Oh wow, nobody attacked. It's a new thing with Windows 11, says Cerulean.
Yeah, I think you have to go through, like, the Amazon store to do stuff like that. It's, like, kind of a pain in the ass, from what I remember.
Meh, we lost.
I do have it set up. I do have the Amazon store.
Alright,
Alright, let me try on the iPad.
okay.
See if it does at least save my progress.
So I guess you're going to log out.
Let's see.
I'll invite you again.
I have the app installed. I've never opened it though, so I don't know if it's gonna.
Yes, you can. You can connect your other account. I've gone through several phones that way.
Yeah. Create character. Oh, okay, yeah, I need to.
It's gonna say you have an account and stuff.
Yeah, so I just have to type in LDP Productions like I did the one time.
来てくれた。ずっと待ってたんだよ。
そう。
私のアンコール見たいんでしょ。これからすごいパフォーマンスをやるよ。瞬き禁止だからね。
Select a hero to start the game. Huh.
It should let you.
I don't know if this is actually the right thing. Did I misspell something?
Well, I don't see you online.
か
Please.
これが退屈っていう気持ちなんだ。
Maybe we'll do a versus AI match
Starting the
first.
thing.
I know. We'll do versus AI. That should be better.
Yeah, I guess do that a while I figure this out.
No, I mean, we'll do it together.
Oh, okay.
It will be easier for you. Or a brawl, I guess. Do. I don't see you online, by the way.
Give me a second. Oh, it's making me do tutorial shit again. Okay, so I must have messed up somewhere.
Okay. You should be able to just connect your account immediately.
I don't know if I like typed something in wrong. I'm gonna relaunch the app.
I don't think it works if you relaunch it. It's going to keep the last settings you did.
Up to hero to start the game. Okay, I'm gonna just reinstall the app then.
Reinstalling doesn't work.
It doesn't?
What you want to do is clear app data. Like, I
I
don't know how
don't think Apple actually gives me an option to do that.
not by long pressing it.
I think it clears app data when I uninstall the app.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of something I
weird.
kind of don't like about Apple.
That's weird. Why not just use
Yeah.
your phone? For now.
Yeah, okay.
I'll just invite you. This one will be versus AI. So only the two of us will be humans here.
Alright. More human than human.
There you are.
Yum.
Oh, you can't do custom yet. Okay. Well, let's just do
春な服を着
classic versus AI. You haven't unlocked versus AI yet, but never mind. We can only do actual matches, seems. Let's go.
I'm trying to say except. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you haven't unlocked the
Okay.
custom matches yet.
Should actually like try and reinstall it on my iPad so I can play this normally.
Can you see me?
I think so. I think I'm. I think I'm on with you. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean in the actual match. Can you see where
I'm not in the match yet.
Nope. I can see that. I mean, when we're in the match, can you see where I am?
I think so.
You know how to recall. It's the first button to the left and center. You see the
Okay.
3 buttons. There are 3 buttons at the center. It's
Yeah, so it's the left one.
so left one, it's blue in color. Just tap it once. You're
Yeah.
going to recall back to base.
Yeah.
But if you get hit, the recall will not work. So you have to recall away from any enemies. It's basically your shortcut back to base. Or you die. That's an even faster way.
What am I? Oh, I see. I had to enter the match. That's why.
Oh, it's we're going to enable fast queue. You know what? I think I should use a damage tank for this. Just in case I need to carry.
Okay. Am I just waiting for you then?
We're waiting for a match.
Oh, okay.
So we are too far apart in terms of rank. We're too far apart. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
hard, it's hard to find
Fair enough.
it's hard to find a match that's fair for both of us.
Okay.
Or they could just give us all warriors, so I can destroy them.
Weird how you have to unlock the AI thing. I feel like if anything, you should have to like unlock the online mode.
Well, yeah, because the game is really competition oriented. So
Yeah, and
it
like
wants you to
AI
play.
is gonna be like easy mode probably.
Yeah, so it wants you to play against real people most of the time.
Wouldn't it want you to practice
Nope.
with an AI? I don't know.
Nope. Yeah, practice
Here we
in
go.
real time. You can do hero training though. Alright. We going with this guy here.
Layla again.
筋肉は鋼のよう骨はダイヤよりも硬い
Hey.
Anybody saying anything interesting in chat?
Mid-tier guard said you need to link your account somehow. If you switch devices, it won't bring over your saved data. That's normal for mobile games. So you gotta link one of your social media accounts.
Oh, okay. I could do that. Yeah, it did give me an option to like connect with Facebook, I believe.
Is that you?
What?
Who said we?
Oh, I was just spinning around Layla.
Oh, okay. These two are with each other.
Let's freaking go.
So we got the duo with us. the other marksman. So, here's the rule. Just follow where I go.
Okay. If I can. Hopefully I can.
I mean, I'm going to ask you if you can see me. I'm going to emoji so you can see me. I will do the smiley Layla emoji so you can see where I am. So watch out for it. Alright, gonna show you now. Here, you see me? That's me.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Smash them. All troops deployed.
Now you just follow me. But don't go beyond this turret here. Yeah. You go up to here. Yeah, just stand up to here. Don't go beyond. I'm going to explore. Okay, shoot those minions. Shoot. Just shoot anything, but don't go too far. Yeah, that's right. Very good. I'm going to harass her a bit. So I will... Don't go there! That's bad! That's very bad! Back! Don't stop! Back!
I'm trying. Okay.
Back! You're not moving! Come here! Emoji! Never mind.
Okay, shit. I was trying to, like, attack to defend myself, but I ended up being deaded. Okay, I win. I'm respawned now.
Alright, just come back here. Good.
これが真の男の生き方だ。労力なくして得るものなし。
Nope. I don't like platformers at all. Alright, time to kill this guy.
You don't like platformers? I didn't know. Imagine if this game had platforming. Imagine how terrible that would be.
Alright, I'm going to return home. Just stay there by the turret and kill minions as they approach.
伝説を永遠に。
Hello, Chaos Demonic Soul Reaper. I'm coming. You can see me in the minimap. So when the minions approach, just shoot them, but don't go away from the range of the tower, or you will die. Alright, just attack. Never mind.
And I'm dead.
So am I, but I'm gonna try to kill someone before I die. Like this.
Alright, I'm back at the base.
Killing spree.
Here I am. Here. Look. Come here. Hey, where are you going?
I'm trying to... Oh, I see you now.
That's not me.
Shit.
Here to the side. Hey. Alright, the idea is to just stay underneath the furthest turret we have, the third one, and just kill minions. Basically. Why is no one trying to take this turtle? I'll do it.
労力なくして得るものなし
Do we not have a jungler on this team?
Huh?
I'm just concerned that our jungler is not trying to take the turtle at all. I am very concerned about the skill level of our teammates. I think they're a bunch of noobs.
An ally has slain the turtle.
筋肉は鋼のよう骨はダイヤより
I don't even know where you are, so I'm just exploring, and that's probably a bad idea, but I'm not dead, so...
Yeah, because you're within the range of our base.
Okay.
Killing spree.
心身統一
I might see you? Or am I behind you?
Nope.
No.
I'm here at the center lane, you are at the top lane.
説は永遠に
Hmm.
Team destroyed the turret.
See if I can find you.
You are spreading through. Here I am. See? Emoji. There.
Oh, okay, I found you. Oh, you have a taunt option? I don't even know how you do that.
Yeah, you gotta buy it.
真の男の生き方だ
Oh, you have to buy it? Okay.
And you do have one by default. He's not really.
Oh, but you bought
It's
an
just
extra.
it's just a thumbs
An
up.
extra.
So.
Well, now I'm dead.
Don't know what this guy is thinking. If you're going to go back to base, go back all the way here. To the very bottom. If you want to recover HP, you have to go all the way back. All the way. There. Right there.
I think my HP is actually maxed.
Yeah. But if you want to go back, that's how you do it. You gotta go back
Okay.
here. Here I am.
Okay.
We are going to check first. Right here. What are you shooting at?
Oh, I thought there was something. Never mind.
Let's go, it's Lord time.
Well, I'm doing better than I did last time, I guess.
Yeah, we're winning.
I don't know if I'm actually doing better or...
Well, the team is
AI
carrying. The team is kind of carrying you, but we're winning.
Huh.
You're kind of just running around the map.
Yeah, I know.
You're not getting any items because you're not killing any minions. That's how you get gold here. You kill those minions. No gold, no items. There is an enemy directly below you. Much stronger than
Oh.
you. Shoot, shoot,
Okay.
just shoot. Just shoot. You're gonna lose, but just shoot. Never mind, I'm here. Shoot, just shoot her. Just keep shooting. There you go. With Layla, you don't need your abilities, by the way. Her basic attacks are super strong, so that's all you need for her.
Yeah, that's what I'm mostly using, obviously. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's a thing that actually tells me where to go.
Hey. I can even mark stuff on the map.
Initiate retreat.
伝説を永遠に
Attack.
An enemy
There you go.
Yay!
Got a kill. Well done.
我こそが伝説である
monster kill. Double kill.
Dead.
Slain.
これが真の男の生き方だ
Destroyed a turret.
Baka, we're gonna win this. They're wiped out. Nice. Well, you did.
We did it! Wait, did we?
Yes, you did as well
Hang
as
on.
could be expected.
Yay,
Not
I
too
did it.
bad.
Nice.
Alright, I'll give you a like.
GG's.
You didn't have any items. You didn't buy any items at all. Look. Look at the screen. You're the only one on the team and on the other team who did not buy any items at all.
Like microtransact, I wasn't really.
It's not a microtransaction. It's part of the game.
Oh, it's in-game currency. Got it.
You're supposed to buy items while we're playing. Look, everyone is
Oh.
buying items. You buy items to get stronger or to counter whatever items your enemy has equipped. That's part of the game.
Okay.
It's not even in-game currency. You earn gold while you're
I
playing
see.
the match.
カラフルな服を着ると
It's like
離れるよ
it's like earning gold in RPGs.
I see. Got
You
it.
kill minions, you gain gold, you go to the shop while playing the game to buy items.
Oh, okay. I didn't see there was a shop
And,
anywhere.
Yeah, there's a suggestion at the top right. There are suggestions on which items you can buy. You can just tap those. By just tapping those, you'll buy them automatically. Alright?
Yeah. Did you want to do another?
No, not really. Eh,
Okay.
Thank you for playing. Alright,
Yep.
I think I have just a few more questions prepared for you.
Okay.
If you're up for it.
Yeah, sure.
Alright,
I'm gonna ask you some questions, and I want them answered immediately.
so you don't have any questions for me, it seems.
No, I don't really have any questions for you. I think
Alright. Well then, let's get a little bit more controversial.
Oh,
Personal
God.
defense. Do you believe in gun ownership of civilians?
I believe that regulation of gun ownership is just going to lead to a stronger black market. So I would say, like, I'm not exactly pro-gun. I'm more just anti-black market.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just anti-banning things in general for that reason.
Would you be against using a gun for personal defense if, in an emergency situation?
From what I've seen, guns are pretty useful as a deterrent, but it's not really the best self-defense measure. If you're able to, like, learn, like, different pressure points, if you're learn to...
What? Really? Are you saying, you'd take something like martial arts over a gun?
If you are in a situation where you need to defend yourself,
Yes?
you don't want to rummage around for another thing, if that makes sense. Like, you just want whatever is quickest and
Yeah.
easiest to defend yourself
Yes.
so that you can get out of that situation as
That's
quickly
why you
as possible.
keep the gun loaded.
Yeah, but, like, yeah, you also have to, like, pull it out and cock it. Like, it only takes, like, a couple seconds, but also it only takes a couple of seconds for them to
Yes,
You know.
that's true.
get you first.
So, which item, or what would you do for personal defense in an emergency situation wherein your life or the life of your loved one may be at stake?
Can't really answer that because I don't know what I would do in the heat of the moment. I've thankfully never been in a situation where I've had to do something
But,
like that.
what if the situation presents itself? What would you do?
I would say... Let's see. Again, just whatever I have handy. If it ends up being a gun, if I have a gun handy and that's like the strongest means of defense, then yeah, I would say...
So, you don't believe in being prepared for such a scenario?
I mean, you can't always be prepared, can you? Like, if you have, like, pepper spray on you, if you have a gun on you, if you have nothing on you and you're just left to, whatever.
Oh,
If you can be prepared, yeah, like, if you have a gun, like, the goal of being in a situation like that, it's not to, like, kill the other person.
That is
The
true.
goal should always be to get out of that situation as quickly and efficiently as possible. And if a gun does that, sure, but there's a bunch of different ways to defend yourself. And, statistically, some have better efficiency than others.
in such a situation, the goal is to stop the threat as soon as
Exactly.
possible.
To stop the threat and to get away safely.
Yep. And a gun, I would say, is exactly the type of tool you need in such a situation to end it fast.
Yeah.
But you don't believe in being prepared for such a situation, like being mentally prepared, for example?
I believe if you're in the heat of the moment, you're going to just revert to fight or flight and do whatever you
That's
realistically
exactly
can.
the same thing that Katsu says.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Those are the words of someone who has never been in such a situation. Those
Yeah,
are
and
the
I'm
words.
very upfront about that.
Those are the words of somebody who has never been in a real fight, wherein actual stakes are, there were actual stakes.
Yeah.
Those are the words of someone who's been in a schoolyard fight. Trading blows with someone. Trading blows with someone in a mutually agreed environment. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not a very, I'm not a very confrontational person, and like I said, I've thankfully never been in a situation where I've had to defend myself, so, I'm blind, so I'd probably get my ass kicked either way.
Hey, Neo Tengu. Yeah, you're blind, but you're a big guy.
Yeah, true, I'm pretty tall, I'm like, what, I think I'm 6 foot, about
Yeah.
200 pounds.
Yeah, you got the baddie mask.
I could be a decent threat if I can see what I'm doing, so.
Well, you don't need to see much of anyone, right? You just land a strike or two.
Yeah.
Just give him a good punch, good kick.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. People who say adrenaline will kick in and turn you into a fight or flight mode, that's wrong. See, in such a situation wherein your life may be at stake, you're not going to move when adrenaline kicks in. That one I can assure you, and I can tell you any personal defense expert will tell you the same thing.
Alright.
You're going to freeze up. You're going to freeze up. You're not going to be able to do anything because you have not trained for such a situation. You're not mentally
Well, yeah, that's what I
prepared.
was. Well, that's what I was saying though. I'm not saying like adrenaline will kick in and you'll just be like a fighting machine. I'm just saying like. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say what I would do in that situation because I've, one, never been tested on it, and two, I would, probably have to revert to a sort of primal instinct, in a sense.
Yes.
Just get out of that situation and do so by any means possible or necessary.
And I'm going to warn you that if you have not trained for such a situation, the most likely scenario is you're going to freeze up. And that's dangerous.
Exactly. That's what I was saying, and that's what I would anticipate would happen if I were.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is why training is important. And
Yeah.
here is the second part of the question. Do you believe that martial arts can be effective?
From what you tell me, not really, as a means of defense. I pretty much only have, based off of what you tell me to go off of, so, I definitely some martial arts are better than others, some are more just a sort of theatric, type of thing, I can't really say from much authority because I don't know a ton about martial arts. It's not really my forte. I would just say, some martial arts are better than others, but my understanding is they aren't, generally speaking, they aren't the greatest means of self-defense, is what I've heard.
Of course not. Like any tool you have, any weapon you can pick up will be much better than knowing martial arts. As long as you're willing to put that tool to use. You got a knife, for example. You got a stick, for example. You gotta be willing to hurt someone with said stick.
Yeah, but if
knife.
all you have equipped on you is your fist, if you don't, I don't own a gun. I don't, legally I don't think I could physically own one, but...
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Because you can't see very
but,
well.
I don't own a gun. maybe fired a gun once at like a shooting range.
Yeah? How well?
But
How well did you do? Did you do okay?
I actually did hit the target.
Awesome. Maybe
Yeah.
you can own a gun.
If that's the barrier, I'll just tell the government, hey, I did hit a target, so
Hey.
technically,
Let me tell you a real story. There's this guy I know in real life who's like this gung-ho communist. So, he's a real communist, like, joined the,
Yeah.
not the New People's Army, like the Communist Party of the Philippines. So he's always like, eat the rich, etc., etc.
yeah.
So I'm thinking, oh, you're going to start a revolution. Can you fight for said revolution? So I gave him a gun. Told him to shoot this coconut tree. Shoot at this coconut tree. So he takes aim.
Oh, you did tell me about this like last week, I think.
He takes aim. He fires. He hits the well 6 yards away from said coconut tree.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
We got a lot of people like that too, especially like the conservatives. We have like these like people who are like armed to the teeth. They probably like there's like this move now of just like people who like want to secede from the United States, and it's just like, okay, cool. So you are going to go up against the United States Army. You and a couple of your other gun buddies are gonna go up against the largest army in the world by multiple times. Good luck with that, buddy.
so Neo Phantom says, I'm curious, how much power does the Communist Party have in the Philippines? I guess that's directed at me. They don't have much power, actually, in the Philippines. But they do have an armed group called the New People's Army.
Yeah, we don't really have any like actual we don't have any communists in political power in the United States, and I don't think there are a lot of like I'm sure there are like quite a few communists like on Twitter or Facebook or something, but
yeah,
they don't really have any power. They're just like angry and
it's
yelling about like some extremist ideology that nobody really takes seriously.
Yeah. So over here, they don't really have that much power. Like, they don't even have any officials in government, any actual representatives. But they do have
technically,
very loud voices.
I think technically there is an official there is like an official American Communist Party, but like, in the same way there's like tons of political parties that technically exist in America that never actually get on the ballot because they don't have enough people funding them. Like we have like 2 like marijuana parties. We have like, I don't know, we probably have like the official NAMBLA party or something like that. Like there's a bunch of political parties who don't have any actual sway and who never actually won any election even locally.
So even now, NAMBLA still exists?
I actually don't know.
Like, it's the era of Twitter or X.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
They're going to cancel that.
They're probably, like, even if NAMBLA doesn't officially exist, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who align themselves with that movement, I'm sure.
Yeah, but, the Twitter leftists definitely wouldn't like that.
Probably not, no.
Hey, anyways, what was I saying? So how do you feel about communism since we've, talked about it? And you have a communist shirt on.
Well, despite my attire, I don't know, it's an idea that might have sounded romantic on paper, but human psychology would not allow such a thing to actually exist in its, purest form. Really what it comes down to is it has a base assumption that humanity is going to act in the best interest of other people, and that's not really how it works. Like, and I say a sort of similar thing to like if I were to establish my political ideology, I would consider myself sort of libertarian left. As in, like, essentially my basic philosophy is do whatever you want as long as you aren't hurting me and as long as you aren't hurting anybody that I care about. I don't care what you do in your free time.
Okay.
That's essentially my ideology. But then, like, you know, you have, like, people who are more extreme than I am.
Uh-huh.
Like, who will say, like, oh, no regulation of businesses and, you know, no, like, social safety nets, like social security, which, you know, it's... I understand you don't have... or those things are not as strong in the Philippines as they might be in America. But, like, it's just this basic idea of, like, oh, everybody will... oh, we won't need a police system because, you know, the government, like, the civilians are just going to be policing each other and, you know, we won't need an actual police system. You know, just people are going to respect one another. And, like, if you take a look at, like, the situation we are in now, we ain't respecting each other. Like, or at least, like, nobody's being expected to.
Yep. It ain't happening. You know Hideo Kojima?
Yeah, apparently he is like kind of like gone into like some communist rhetoric or something. I haven't actually looked into that all too much. I mean, I like Snatcher. Snatcher's a good game. I like the Metal Gear games, at least the early ones that I can actually play to some degree. That's my opinion on Hideo Kojima.
Alright. So, here is, let's go with one last topic, I guess. Attraction to anime and video game characters. Opinion.
I mean, if that's what you're into, I have no issue with that.
Aw, sad. I thought you'd have more to say about that.
I mean, it just comes down to, like, you know, everybody... You know, it's a fictional character. You know, as long as you aren't harming anybody in real life, I don't really have much to say on the topic. You can, you know, live and let live, I suppose. I have my own weird things that I'm interested in. I don't really want to devolve into that.
Okay, so here is, one more topic, I guess.
Yeah.
Video
Sorry, that was
game
disappointing.
remakes and remasters. Yes, you mentioned, something about FF7 being a good example of a remake. Why is that?
Mm-hmm. I think because it just, like, completely... It expands, from what I understand, it massively expands the story. Much better graphics, completely different gameplay style.
Huh?
As opposed to something like Mario RPG Remake, which is quite literally the exact same game, but with a slight graphical overhaul.
But
Like, it
here's the thing. But we may never see the end of the story in our lifetimes. How do you
yeah,
feel
that's
about
true. And if that ends up if that ends up being the case, then I will retract what I said about Final Fantasy VII. But I'm saying more so I think remakes going forward I would like to see them more, like, you know, put their ass into it, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, like
Well, here's the thing.
Star Ocean 2, like Persona 3 even to an extent.
So, you
Yeah,
mentioned...
Persona 3 is mostly, from what I understand, Persona 3 Reload is mostly faithful to the original.
So you mentioned... Here, wait. So you mentioned, put their ass into it. Katsu says, I don't like how they censored Tifa's butt with something that doesn't make sense.
There you go.
They failed to put
Well,
their
I
ass
guess
into it.
maybe put a little bit more ass into it. But
That was just funny.
I would say, yeah, like, but you know what I mean. Like Mario RPG is really at its core just the exact same game they released 30 years ago, but with like some admittedly highly improved soundtrack, decently kind of improved graphics, although it's still mostly the same. And they're charging $60 for it. I think that's highway robbery, and if I didn't get it as a Christmas gift, I probably wouldn't have spent money on it. But, well, I didn't spend the money on it, but, you know, as opposed to something like I haven't seen like the Star Ocean 2 remake, but I understand it is like a fully 3D game. Or
It's
like
not. It's not.
huh?
It's not a fully
not?
3D game. Nope. But
Okay,
they
then
changed enough about it. Like
yeah, okay, so they did change enough about it to like
I can show
warrant
you,
like
actually.
paying for it again.
I can show you right now. Actually, I think I have it installed here.
The remake, the new one?
Yeah, the demo for it.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I think I have.
Or like Trials of Mana. I didn't really get too much into it, but like, you know, that one is like fully 3D. That one definitely does justify its existence. Also, Secret of Mana, from what I saw of like the trailer, it looks like it's pretty much built off the same engine as Trials, so you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if you can do enough to justify me paying $60 to play your game again, then you have a good remake. If not, if you're just doing like, you know, slight upgrades, like quality of life stuff, if you're doing like, you know, something like that, and it's just like a remaster, fine, just don't charge $60 for it. Maybe charge like 40 or 30 or something like that.
Seems I don't have it. Huh, let me install it.
Like Legend of Mana remastered, like it improves like the soundtrack, for example. It kind of like smooths some of the graphics a little bit, but generally speaking, it's like mostly the same game. That's fine because it's only like $30 on the Switch eShop.
Hey, seems
Like
I
you're
don't.
not paying like AAA prices for a game that's essentially just the same thing you purchased 30 years ago.
That's true, I guess. How do you feel about the Ninja Turtles collection?
I mean, it's neat, I guess. I mean, like, definitely the online play is, like, the reason you pay for that, although my experience with the online is, like, almost nobody... It doesn't really have, like, a very active user base, and when it does, it's kind of laggy. I don't know, I mean, like, it's... If you don't own, like, a Steam Deck and you can't emulate the games portably, and you're just, like, buying it on Switch, then, yeah, I think those collections make sense. I have a bunch of those collections on Switch, and, like, you know, like, for a system that, like, you can technically jailbreak the Switch, but it's a massive pain in the ass, and it doesn't really work all that well. But like if you just have like a Switch or like a console like a PS4 or an Xbox or something like that, I think those collections make sense. If you're a PC gamer, don't bother. Just like you can get pretty much the same experience emulating it.
Or you can emulate it on any potato.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, here's
But then like do you really want to like buy a whole other thing? Or like, do you really want to buy a whole other physical thing that takes up, like, you know, physical real estate? Or do you just want to download something? Like I bought a Steam Deck, and for me, that's kind of rendered a lot of these collections worthless to me. But I'm saying, like, if you aren't a PC person or you don't have a lot of experience with PC gaming...
Yeah?
Oh, I saw the... Okay, now I see it. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, and sometimes like the collections, you know, you get like some like art stuff, and you get like some game dev interviews. Sometimes, like the Atari 50 collection, that's probably like the gold standard for these collections. I think it has like, you know, tons of games, but more importantly, you get like history, you get like developer interviews. You get like some box art and some like promotional art, and like yeah, you can Google all of that, but it's neat to kind of have it in a pretty convenient package, and like standard price is like $40, and it goes on sale every so often. It's a neat kind of that's probably like the collection I think is like most worth your time.
This one has skip dialogue.
どうした
Oh, you can skip. Okay, nice.
And
Karumi
skip,
approved.
skip cutscenes.
Karumi approved.
So as you can see, this is how it looks. So it's not fully 3D. Like it uses the same
Oh yeah, but
sprites.
this definitely looks like significantly better. Like I haven't seen much of the PS1 game, but I can immediately tell you a PS1 couldn't do this.
No, I don't think so. But it does use the sprites from the PS1.
Yeah, like this to me seems like it justifies its existence.
Yes, it does.
If you like this justifies like paying whatever $60 or $50 or however like $60-$70 however much it is to like play this game again.
Yeah. Also, if you haven't played this game
こんなとこ
before,
ろに
I would say this is the best way to experience it.
Yeah, definitely. I think like whenever I get bored of Persona 3, I'm probably gonna move to Star Ocean 2 Remake.
So yeah.
I don't need to play the first Star Ocean to get anything, right?
Nope. So yeah, look at
Okay.
this. Look at the backgrounds here. I think they're sort of 3D, but you don't have any
Yeah.
control.
だって近寄るな
This is a good middle ground, I think. It doesn't like completely reinvent the wheel like FF7 Remake, but
Yes.
it's not just like a slight upgrade like Mario RPG.
No, it's a big upgrade.
Yeah. Big.
Like this background here. You would never
Yeah,
see
oh,
something like this.
That looks beautiful. I love the art in this.
Yeah, you'd never see something like this on a PS1.
Yeah,
And
for
this
sure.
is the battle. So it's mostly
Although
the
there
same.
were some very beautiful games on PS1. Legend of Mana comes to mind. Doesn't look nearly this good, but like obviously, you know, Legend of Mana's. I hope that when they do remake Legend of Mana, they, to some degree, kind of keep that. They're somehow able to sort of like keep that like hand-drawn aesthetic in a fully 3D world. I'm not entirely sure how they would be able to do that, but I hope they can. I guess it would just sort of end up looking a bit like Ni no Kuni.
Now let me go to the town. Looks really good too.
Yeah, it does.
So this is the forest, and they expanded the areas actually. This was supposed to be just one screen, but now you have these areas. You even have treasure chests here, and these are new mechanics. Types of treasure chests, that's not in the original game. And this mini-map, you did not have a mini-map in the original game except in the
Yeah, like
overworld.
that's a legitimate improvement.
Except for the overworld. Right. Skip this. Here
Who
it is.
watched The Watchmen then? Is that a show?
Who watches The Watchmen? Is a catchphrase from Alan Moore's comic book. Comic series.
Okay.
The Watchmen. The Watchmen are a bunch of vigilante superheroes.
Oh, that was
Who are-
probably like in reference to like guns or self-defense or whatever.
They're a
whatever
bunch
he
of
was talking about earlier.
superheroes with no actual superpowers, but they are free to do whatever they like. So, eventually people rebelled against them and started putting up these graffiti all over walls and stuff. It's like, who watches The Watchmen?
こんな綺麗な空気を吸うのは久しぶりだな。
So this is Arlia. The first village in the game. It looks different, right? Totally different from the PS1. PS1 had a top-down perspective, and that's not the only thing. These houses here, they may look
I should actually check
same.
to see if I have this in my wish list. I should put it in my Steam wish list.
so. These houses here expanded. Like this part was not in the
It
original
looks like a
game.
very beautiful game.
Yes, it
I
is.
haven't played much of the original PS1, but I guarantee it doesn't look anywhere near as good as this.
Nope.
I don't think you could do that on a PS1.
Nope, it was more of a top-down perspective.
Yeah.
Hope they do away with the novel, like they did Trials of Mana eventually.
Wait, Star Ocean: The Last Hope?
The Last Hope is part 4.
Star Ocean: The Second Story
Yes, that's it.
R? Okay. Oh, it's $50. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll add it to the wish list, and,
Wait for a sale.
I'm sure it'll go on sale at some point.
So yeah, looks really good. Justifies its existence, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, they changed a lot of things. The battle system has been revamped a bit.
That's good.
They made it a bit easier.
Okay, yeah, that's typically how those... That is, like, the one thing I don't often like in a lot of, remakes, is they feel the need to make it easier.
But you can change the difficulty if you want.
Yeah, okay, that makes it... Cause, well, actually I say Mario RPG, I think they might have actually made Mario RPG a little bit harder than the original. I'd be
Probably.
wrong about that, though. I haven't played a ton of the original, but, like... Definitely I don't remember the game being as grindy on the original. But, yeah, like... I think, like, there's, like, the knee-jerk reaction, like, oh, you gotta make the game easier to appeal to more casual players, because they aren't as good... Like, I don't know, like... Whatever, kids played these really super hard... I mean, like, kids were playing, like, Ninja Gaiden on NES back in the day. Like, just because you're a kid doesn't mean you can't, like, take on a difficult challenge.
Well, yeah, 13-year-old kid beat NES Tetris, got to the kill screen.
Yeah,
Very reasonable.
or just in general, like, if you're... Just in general, like, you know, like these NES hard games like Castlevania, Mega Man, Ninja Gaiden, they were played by like 6 and 7-year-olds back in the day. So like,
Well, yeah, here's the thing, I don't really find those games hard myself. I just don't want to dedicate the time to get good at them.
yeah, well, like Ninja Gaiden specifically is pretty hard, like especially if you get into the later levels. Mega Man 2 is just like Mega Man 2 is like the antithesis, I think, of what you don't like about platformers, because it's all like memory based. Especially when you get into like the platforms and shit. Like you can't realistically beat that unless you've played the game multiple times.
And that's what I don't like. Yep. No likey.
Yeah.
This is Rena's house.
それでその人はどこにいるの？
And you can choose between English
You hope they
voices
do.
and
You hope they do
Japanese.
away with
村の中を見てるって
Denmuvu like they did with the Mana eventually. I'm
ま
sorry.
だちょっと
I hope they do away with Denuvo like they did Trials of Mana eventually. I don't understand. What's de nouveau?
I think it means like,
どうしたんですか？
I forgot. Something about,
Okay.
something about in-game, yeah, DRM.
Oh, DRM.
い
Yeah,
や森の
definitely.
中を散歩してたら
I
こ
didn't.
こについちゃったんだ
Okay.
そうなんですか。
So,
I didn't know the original game had any DRM.
すみません。騒がしい母で。
気にすることは
it also changed the character portraits, by the way.
Cool.
Should be here, somewhere. System settings.
So, like, you've asked about, like, my favorite games and things like that. What are some of yours? Because, like, I know you like Final Fantasy VII. Would you consider that, like, one of your favorite games?
Not really.
What would you say some of your favorite games are?
It really depends on my mood, actually.
Okay,
So,
let me rephrase the question then. What games do you enjoy coming back to the most?
Metroidvania games and fighting games.
Any standouts from those genres?
Yes. Wait. Let me, get rid of this. This thing. Right here. Symphony of the Night.
Oh yeah, Symphony of the Night for sure. What about fighting games? I don't know if you said that just now. It like broke up for a second, but
I like, fighting games, yes.
like what are your favorite fighting games? Like what are some standouts in that genre?
Okay, so my favorite fighting games are really quite, niche. Here is one.
Okay.
This one, I like this one because, I'm very good at it. I'm like a professional level at it. Tourney level. Hisoten Soku. Toho Hisoten Soku. It's very niche, like, nobody plays this.
Is
Please
this what is this, like a PC game or?
Yeah, it's a PC game. It's a PC Dojin game. Let me just, window capture this. I've shown this several times before.
Okay.
Where is the flippin' window capture here? I don't see any, window capture, so I guess I'll just make a new one. There we go. Why is
Well,
that?
now Duck Station is loaded.
Yeah. That's not supposed to happen. Alrighty.
So why do you like this game over others?
Yeah, let me, window capture this first. So you can see. Nice.
Yum.
So one thing I like about this game is that it's very different from other fighting games. Why is that? Let's go to practice mode so I can show ya.
Okay.
So this game has a very unique system. You have 3 attack buttons, but it's very
Okay.
different. So your first attack button is a melee attack, like this. And if you keep pressing it, it turns into a regular combo. Just keep pressing it.
Okay.
Yeah, after you hit, like this. 4 hits. That's just one button. The second button is your B bullet. It throws a weak but spready bullet, so it spreads. And you see the blue bar. Check blue bar here. See this blue bar here? Underneath.
So that's like your special?
See how it depletes every time it's not even a special, it's
Yeah.
a normal bullet. It depletes every
Oh.
time. And this is
Okay.
your C bullet. Kind of faster bullet. Kind of stronger. Now,
Alright.
both bullets can be charged. So you can just hold it down. It's gonna release a stronger version. But it takes more spirit that way.
Oh no, it's Toho.
And this blue bar, this is your spirit bar. If the enemy is attacking, for example, it's going to deplete if you guard against attacks. Also, there's a fourth button. You hold it down. Just hold it. So that
Karumi was asking, what did Retrosonic, that guy that you banned, what did he do? Because I didn't catch everything either.
being annoying. It
Okay.
was GMC. Anyway.
Okay. Probably.
So this is your graze button. Now when you're grazing, you can avoid any bullets, any kind of bullets, no matter how dangerous they look. You can avoid them by grazing like this. So you hold the graze button and you press a direction. Usually you fly up. But as you can see, as you're grazing,
Okay.
the spirit bar is depleting rapidly. See that? See how the blue bar is fully depleted as I graze like this. So in that way, it's very, very different from other fighting games, right? Now, let
Yeah,
me
definitely. Like,
let me
it's
show you.
definitely a much more involved fighting system.
Let me show you an actual match.
Okay.
So this is against the highest difficulty AI. And as you can see, it doesn't play like any other fighting game at all.
Oh, yeah.
Not
Sure.
even Marvel vs. Capcom does this. Ah. So that's why I like it actually. It's unique. And also I'm very good
It
at
is, yeah. And like I said, like I like when people request games for Rampuri, I always enjoy the games. Well, enjoy no. I always like the games that are unique, and I think I think that's sort of what you like the most about
Yes,
Emulation Nation
exactly.
is, yeah, like, and that's kind
Tell
of
me
especially
something
with
different.
and what I sort of tried to do is I tried to find games that maybe you wouldn't necessarily like, but you would try and find, like, you wouldn't necessarily find it every day. Like Grid Runner is one that I requested. It was like basically like PS1 laser tag almost.
Johnny Alex says, he he prefers Eternal Fighter Zero, made by the same team, by the way.
I'm not
Also,
super
another
familiar
game
with that
that I
game.
like.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I like it too. I'm not as
Okay.
good at it, but let me show ya some Eternal Fighter Zero. While we're here, it's more of a normal fighting game,
All right.
but it does look very similar to that one. If you're just looking at it. Here is Eternal Fighter Zero.
So you said like as far as Metroidvanias go, like Symphony of the Night, like what else? Like I assume like IC, Salt and Sanctuary. Those are other like standouts to you.
Yeah, I like all of those. I like Metroidvanias in general.
Yeah.
So this one is more like a normal fighting game. But it does look similar to Toho.
I will say, like, there are definitely, like, interesting, like, as far as platform, like, regular go to the right platformers, there definitely are a couple that sort of blur the line. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog, I would argue, kind of blurs the line between, like, you know, something traditional, like Mario, and kind of Metroidvania. Because, like, you do have, there is like exploratory elements in Sonic the Hedgehog, and you are rewarded for exploring, but generally speaking, the goal is just go to the right and kill stuff.
Come here.
By the way, like, I've like kind of realized I don't really like the Sonic games, mainly because it is kind of just like the antithesis of what you're talking about, like memory-based. Like, you go so fast you can't exactly see what you're doing.
You're not supposed to be you're not supposed to be memorizing or seeing what you're doing anyway. Sonic games aren't real platformers, they're pinball games. Let me show you
It's
what I
true.
mean.
Well, Sonic Mania was like the point where I think Sonic Mania was like the point I realized, like, I really like Sonic anymore.
Let me show you what I mean.
Like, Sonic Mania is like, if you just want like the absolute definition of bullshit, Sonic Mania. I think people just like Sonic Mania because, oh, this looks like the thing I had when I was a kid. Like, okay, but does it actually play well? Because, like, my experience with Sonic Mania is I'm going fast, I'm having a good time, and then all of a sudden, these spikes that you're supposed to hit and you wouldn't, you know, normally see unless, like, you know, you've played the game multiple times. They come up, they sneak up on you, and they get you. Like,
Cerulean says Sonic Mania is best played after playing the original games.
okay, fine. It's like a harder game, but that doesn't make it any less bullshit. It's for more experienced Sonic fans. Doesn't make it any less BS.
I suppose.
And then really, like, kind of like the Sonic games, I'd say Sonic 1 is probably... I'd say Sonic 1 and, like, Sonic 3 and Knuckles are probably my favorites. Sonic 2 kind of... People praise Sonic 2. I think that kind of, like, leans a little bit too much into the BS element. Like, even, like, I can never get past, like, Chemical Plant Zone 2 because, like, that's when it kind of starts implementing, like, the precision platforming. And Sonic is kind of just too floaty for that precision platforming to really work.
Here we are.
And especially when you get to the boss, like, and, like, the platforms that, like, flip over, I don't like Sonic 2. I've played it so much as a kid. And I just can't do it. Is this Sonic 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonic 3 is alright.
But yeah, for all the different Sonic games,
Yeah.
I
Well, I mean,
don't really
obviously, well,
consider them.
the only thing I would say is like you kind of needed to have both Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles to have the full experience.
So I don't really consider the Sonic games to be platformers at all. It's like this.
Yeah.
Launch! Go to the right. Pick up a ring. Just keep
Sonic
going.
CD is kind of has like a similar BS mechanic as Sonic 2, but I don't know. I think I kind of enjoy just how like off the walls insane Sonic CD is.
Like, don't even think about it. Just go where the game is pointing you.
Yeah.
Who cares? Just pick up one ring. Be super sloppy. Who cares? Where are we going? I guess we're going here.
Sonic Mania is the best one, says Kurumi. Well, I respectfully disagree.
I would like to play Sonic Superstars when that kind of gets to a more affordable price. Cause like the aesthetic looks pretty interesting. I'm not sure. I've heard very mixed things about Sonic Superstar though.
Hey, where do I go?
I've also heard very mixed things about Sonic Frontiers, and I'd say, like, from what I've played of Sonic Frontiers, it's a very good idea on paper that I don't think was executed as well as it could have been. Like, Sonic Frontier was basically an open-world Sonic game, which I think is a really good idea, and kind of how I feel like Sonic 3D should have gone in the first place. Because, like, Sonic, from the very beginning, kind of rewarded you for exploring the levels, even if they are linear left to right. You know, even if they are kind of, like, left to right linear, there are, like, you know, there's, like, a bunch of, like, hidden extra lives and hidden rings, and, you know, it rewards you for exploring. I feel like when Sonic went 3D, the logical conclusion should have just been, like, make it a more open-ended game. Instead, they just kind of, like... They basically just turned Sonic into, like, a watered-down Tony Hawk game, almost. Like, even, like, the good, quote-unquote, 3D Sonic games, I've just never really been a fan of, because it's just very... It's almost like a continuous QTE, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the Sonic games are just pinball games.
Yeah.
Just launch and just make sure you have one ring.
Honestly, if anything, I kind of prefer the Master System Sonic games, if for no other reason than I just kind of prefer the soundtrack. Imagine Sonichu was a real thing. I mean, you can make Sonichu in Sonic Forces. That's the one where you can create your own Sonic OC.
I see.
There's even, like, tutorials online on how to make Sonichu.
I have no idea.
It's
what
not, like,
that
exact,
Sonichu
but
is.
it's... Yeah. Karumi mentioned it, that's why I was responding.
It's Sonic and Pikachu created by Chris Chan. Who cares?
Yeah.
On that note, what do you think about Chris Chan? Any opinion?
He exists. He's... I mean...
Why am I going back there? Whatever. Let's go.
I always argued that Chris Chan was sort of a victim of being a highly mentally challenged individual and sort of the internet taking advantage of that and just, like,
taking advantage of his naivete and just pushing him to do crazier and crazier shit because he'll do it, and he doesn't really have like an ability to. I don't want to say a lack of ability to know right from wrong, but like lack of ability to have a sort of skepticism of what people say.
Really?
That's why I sort of just say, like, I feel like we sort of create, or not we, but like, I feel like the internet sort of created the monster that Chris Chan ended up becoming.
Yeah. Personally, this is how I play Sonic games. I just go as fast as the game lets me.
Yeah. Gotta go fast.
I don't even care about exploration. It's like, just go. It's like, you miss 100% of the rings that you don't take. But who cares?
Has a weird, wait. Galactic has a weird 3D special stage where the ball chases. What's Galactic? Is that a fan game?
Probably.
Okay. It is a fan game.
Ruby
Confirmed
plays
early
tons
on.
and tons of fan games. By the way,
Yeah, I
will
know.
you be doing Rompery later?
No, I will not tonight.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl. My parents have some plans for that. The family has some plans for that, so I figure I'll just just take the night off.
The last Super Bowl
Things
I
I don't care
saw.
about and can't realistically comprehend, and just enjoy myself.
Last Super Bowl I saw was the Dallas Cowboys versus I don't know. It was with Michael Jackson as the performer.
Well, I guess that explains how old it was.
Exactly.
This year it's Kansas City versus 49ers, and pretty much the entire reason anybody gives a shit about this one is because Taylor Swift is dating the one guy from the Chiefs. And Taylor Swift is just like the new messiah, apparently.
Baka, Tails. Baka. Tails is stupid. Anyways. We're gonna bounce on this guy. Ah! Fudge. Screw this game. Anyways.
Bad game. 0 out of 10.
Not really. I just, didn't expect to fall there. With that said, yeah. Alright, I think,
Karumi doesn't watch the Super Bowl either.
yeah, the one thing I like about, Symphony of the Night, there's always new stuff to discover, even if, you've been playing the game, since, forever.
Yeah.
It's a lot like, fighting games in that regard. Let me show you something. Which,
I mean, like, as far as 3D games go, Doom is kind of the same way. Like, fairly recently, they found, like, an entire secret room that had never been discovered. I think you had to, like, glitch your way through the game, to be fair, but still.
yeah, but, this game legitimately, you can just, find some new stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Like here. Here's something I never knew. Castlevania. Equipping a knife is actually the equivalent of equipping a shield. Let me show ya.
see how like vital that speed up thing is on emulation?
True. Here.
That's the reason I kind of preferred Aria of Sorrow at first to Symphony of the Night, but then I like actually played Symphony of the Night and I realized like no, this does a lot more.
Mid-tier guard
It
prefers
warrants all of the
Arya.
slowdown.
Why am I here? So, here's, I wanted to show this to you, actually. Here is, one application of Dark Metamorphosis.
Ooh, that's another, Oh my god, I'm realizing I need to, like, set that as a redeem. Can't believe I haven't done that yet.
So, here's an application of Dark Metamorphosis. This sword I'm using, called the Gurthang. Usually, when you attack, it does that. Let's get rid of that stupid familiar first. Turn off the sword card. Turn on fairy card. Okay. So when you attack, 67 damage, right? Dark Metamorphosis on! See that?
Yeah.
See the difference? So this particular sword, when you turn on Dark Metamorphosis, it like doubles in attack power, even though it's not
That's
shown
cool.
there.
Yeah, I love how there's just so many different ways to just cheese through the entire game in this if you wanted to. But if you don't want to, you can just make it... I mean, there's probably like speed runs where it's just like fists only.
The fists, one of the top speedrunners says fists are actually better than some weapons.
Wow.
Like, there are some weapons that
Well, I mean,
are
the
so slow.
sub-weapons were kind of an afterthought in this game,
No,
though,
some
so...
types of weapons here are so slow
Oh, okay.
that fists are better. Also, you also have weapons like this. That's what you do, Hadokens. So yeah, that's one thing I like about
Yeah. I mean, the music and as well is just, I mean, like...
it. And you have spells like this.
Yeah, this game is just fantastic. I don't think you need to tell anyone how fantastic this game is.
Hey,
I mean, just look at this and tell me you don't want to play it right now, even if you already have. Kurumi's just like, Symphony of the Night is actually overrated.
no, that's mid-tier guard, actually.
Oh, was it? Oh, well, then, fine, he can be wrong too, then.
I'm not sure what Kurumi thinks of this.
Probably thinks it's overrated.
So let's say, there are some of the,
I feel like there needs to be a ROM hack. Like, now that we've established this is one of your favorite games, I feel like there needs to be a ROM hack of it to just, like, replace all the sprites with Lolis.
oh yes. Very good.
Lolivania, Loli of the Loli.
So look at this. If you press and hold the attack button while holding a knife, it turns into a guard. See how he's
What game
guarding?
is this? This is Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
See how he's guarding. That's actually going
It
to
says
stop.
at the bottom of it. If you're ever wondering what game Elle is playing, it says at the bottom of the screen.
Not right now, though.
Oh, it does. Okay, never mind then.
This is Elta.
But yeah, this is
so,
Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
so look at this. If you attack with a knife, you hold it.
Hmm.
And it turns into a guard. It's going to stop certain attacks. Like,
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I just discovered it last year.
Nice. Yeah, this game is just fantastic.
Let me find it.
Honestly, if Konami created another Castlevania game, I'm not sure they'd be able to top this one. I guess there is Bloodstained. Have you
I have not.
Have you played like the new like the not like the NES style ones, but like the more modern looking Bloodstained?
Yeah, that's the original Bloodstained, actually. The NES...
No, I thought the original Bloodstained was like the 8-bit ones.
Nope, that's more like an extra game to complement the original. The original was the Symphony of the Night style game.
Okay, yeah. So do you like that?
I haven't played it. It looks good though. See,
Yeah, check it out. That might be
see how the knife can guard the attack.
it goes on sale pretty often on Steam. Actually, it might even be on sale now, or it might have just gotten off sale. But like, definitely one like you might want to add to your wish list because it usually goes on sale pretty cheap. It's usually under like $20.
Oh, I see. So look at that. I am guarding it with a knife. Ta-da! Something
Yeah, that's cool.
It's on sale for $10 at the moment, apparently.
Okay, cool.
So,
Honestly, I might. Honestly, for $10, I might pick that up.
I really like the different weapons in the game. Like,
Yeah.
Ever seen the Heaven Sword?
I played Bloodstained like a couple of years ago on the PS4, and like definitely it's. I don't know if I like it as much as Symphony of the Night, but it's definitely like if Konami's not going to make another Castlevania game, this is a more than adequate substitute.
Like, ever seen the Heaven Sword in action?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I ever used that.
Let me try and find it. Should be here somewhere.
I don't remember the names of a lot of the swords and stuff.
I don't have it. Oh, fudge. Big Katoa. Oh, I don't have it. Fudge.
What's the Super Bowl, Nintendo? Don't worry your pretty little head about it.
I thought I had it. Well, here's something else. That's fun. Chakram. You throw it. Whee! And you can attack while moving.
Legend says that those who behold the Super Bowl shall never go hungry for a month.
So check out this weapon. This is not a sub-weapon. You can move.
Oh, that's cool.
You can move while attacking.
Oh my god, there's just so many, like... There's just so much, like... cool stuff in this game. It's fantastic.
Alright, so, I guess that's enough of that.
I don't know, like, yeah, like, I don't know if, like, Symphony of the Night is my favorite video game of all time, but it's gotta be, like, in my top 5 or top 10 at least.
As for, fighting games, yeah, that one. Toho. Isoten Soku.
Yeah.
And if I want, a challenge, Eternal Fighter Zero has very, very, strong AI.
Yeah.
So yeah, very, niche game, fighting games that I like. For more mainstream fighters, I don't know. I just, play them all. I just play whichever. Except the ones that I don't like are the Mortal Kombat games.
Yeah, I was gonna
classic.
say, you told me you don't really care for... Do you like Street Fighter?
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright.
The classic Mortal Kombat games, I don't like that you have a block button, and I don't like how combos work in that game.
Yeah.
Like, you have to memorize the character-specific combos, and you have to enter that super fast. You have to dash in, and then enter that super fast for Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3.
Ian is asking, what about Tekken?
Tekken is okay. It's a 3D fighter.
Yeah.
Like, I play as Lily in Tekken.
Okay.
I mean, so. But I prefer 2D fighters, mostly.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, like 3D fighters are they kind of like complicate things unnecessarily sometimes.
Like, here we are, Tekken 6. Here's Tekken 6. Also, Tekken needs very precise D-pads. Hey, let's talk about D-pads. So about the PlayStation style D-pad versus other types of D-pads.
I mean, honestly, I prefer like the Nintendo style D-pad just because it's like easier to kind of glide your finger over it and just sort of like it's just a little bit more fluid, I think, than well, like I think we can all agree Xbox D-pads are garbage. Especially the modern ones. I don't know what the hell they're doing with like the clicky D-pads. It's garbage. But you also have like the PlayStation ones. I think PlayStation D-pads can be pretty good for fighting games, but like I just don't really like the broken up D-pads as much as like the Nintendo ones. I think Nintendo, generally speaking, always does the best D-pads, with some exceptions. Like GameCube D-pad is just pretty much garbage. I mean, like 3DS D-pad, I've said before, like I don't like the clicky buttons. They just like cut into my thumb.
It's time for the afternoon tea.
So I like the precision of the PlayStation D-pads, especially for games like this one or Tetris. So I don't make any accidental wrong presses, especially for the diagonals.
Yeah, that's true. Like I've had that issue with like Sega D-pads a lot, like the Genesis. As much as I like the really big D-pad, it's not very responsive from my Oh, Saturn D-pad. Yeah, I need to. I mean, I don't own a Saturn, so I've never really tried out the Saturn D-pad, but I hear Saturn controllers are just fantastic. I wish they made like a Saturn 3D D-pad, like the 3D Saturn pad. I wish they made that for PCs. They do have the Duke controller, which I like that. I think I need to get that better acquainted with RetroArch, like better configured with RetroArch in order for it to properly work. But yeah, I like the Xbox Duke controller. It also just has like kind of like more finger-shaped buttons. They aren't like a perfect circle. They're sort of like an oval. And as a result, I kind of like that. Just kind of feels better in the hand.
You win. Round 2.
So for this one, for example, if I'm using an Xbox D-pad, I tend to drop my combos.
So Rulian is saying the Vita D-pad is pretty god tier. Wasn't that like a clicky D-pad?
Yes, it is. You said you don't like
Yeah,
it.
I don't think I would like the Vita D-pad.
You win.
The thumbsticks were kind of just like Switch thumbsticks, which I don't really care for. Like really small and kind of loose feeling.
Yeah,
Like
you
the
said you
Steam
don't
Deck
like
is kind of like the first portable console with a decent thumbstick out of the box. Like even the circle pads and the like the PSP thumbstick, there's like a lot of problems with that. But even like the 3DS one, it's kind of better. It kind of does like the PSP thumbstick, but it's like there's like a little indent in it, so you don't like slide off the thumbstick as much. But yeah,
Time for
win.
an afternoon tea. Farewell.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1.
yeah, they are similar to Switch Joy-Cons. That's what I thought. And I very much do not like even if the Switch Joy-Cons worked perfectly, which they don't, I don't like the buttons, I don't like the thumbstick, I argue like the Switch Joy-Cons are like one of the worst controllers that I've personally used. Meanwhile, the Switch Pro controller is just one of the best. Like, it doesn't do anything to reinvent the wheel other than just perfect what's already working.
Round 2. Fight.
Makes it easy to slide around. Rock. Are you talking about the PlayStation D-pad, Sir Jacob?
It's time for
win.
an afternoon
Yep,
tea.
PlayStation
Ready for the
D-pad.
next battle.
Yeah.
ハリサです。
Round 1. Fight.
He's a waifu.
Nintendo missed the part where we were talking about communism and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've given my opinions on that on like streams and stuff. I don't think anything really new was shared in that point. Neo Geo. Oh yeah, that's true. Like that's true. The Neo Geo like CD and the Pocket Color, those had like a micro switch kind of thumbstick. Those were Geo CD. I've never owned a Neo Geo Pocket Color, but those always looked pretty fascinating. I imagine like the Neo Geo controllers would work amazingly for fighting games.
Farewell.
I mean, that is kind of Neo Geo's bread and butter, so
Yeah, only if you're used to a joystick.
Round 1.
yeah, exactly.
Fight.
If you don't like joysticks, you might not like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more prefer like a D-pad, but I don't mind joysticks. 8BitDo brought the micro switch joysticks back. That's cool. Yeah, I figure if anybody's gonna do that, it's gonna be 8BitDo.
Yeah.
You win.
Like this D-pad
You
sucks.
fake read. Nintendo was talking about he fake read the Communist Manifesto for college. It was interesting but too long. Fair enough.
Well, the thing about the Communist Manifesto is that it doesn't really have any sound economic principles. It's more like a pipe dream. That's why,
Yeah, it's just like, hey, look at this system. Wouldn't this system be cool if
Yeah.
it could exist?
that's why I keep saying, it's a work of fiction. I think some of you guys took that literally. I'm saying it's a work of fiction because it's a pipe dream that cannot exist in reality.
I mean, like, there's a lot of people who, like, idolize Ayn Rand, and it's kind of like the same thing. It's just like, yeah, Ayn Rand's philosophy works good in, like, fictional stories, but in real life it doesn't really work all that well.
This guy does not want to be
It's a
loved.
fallacy!
Here, yeah. This guy doesn't want to be lost. He took a round.
Round
Right.
2. Fight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go.
Final round.
Hey, Stefan.
Fight.
Very fluid movements in this fighting game.
Yep.
Pretty good, I want to say it's mocap, but it probably isn't. It's probably 3D models.
These are 3D models, not motion capture.
Yeah.
Ah! Fudge my win streak! Screw this game. Anyways. Rage quit is real. Anyways, it's 5:10 a.m. Thank you, very much for staying with me for this long, LDP. So,
Oh, for sure.
any, parting words, before I end the stream?
Yes, I would like to announce my full support for the complete and utter genocide of the Loli class. And I believe that they are a menace to society and should be dealt with accordingly.
Loli? What's a loli? You know where the...
No, yeah, thank you, Elle, for having me on. It's always a fun time when we do collab streams, whether it's on my channel or whether it's on yours. We've done a couple on my channel. If you guys have not checked out any of the collabs we've done in the past, we did one on his where we played like Shredder's Revenge. We also had we also did a reading of Narcissus. And I think we did a reading of I already forgot the name of the visual novel. It's the one that Elle wrote, Pieces of Heart. Samantha and the Pieces of Heart, am I correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. Samantha and the Pieces of Heart. So if you enjoy this stream, definitely check those out on my channel. And I'm sure we're going to be doing this again eventually. Do you want to do this again next week?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah.
Here's one last question, by the way. You know where Loli comes from? You know where the term comes
You told
from?
me it comes from Lolita, right?
Yep, correct. Alright.
Checks out.
Okay, yeah. So, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, which has replaced Emulation Nation. I think it's much more fun this way.
Emulation Nation is dead. D-E-D. Dead.
Yep, rather than taking requests from chat, which I don't really want to play most of the time.
Yeah,
Alright.
like you can just like play games sort of organically, like as they come up in conversation.
Yes. It was Loli versus Commie stream. LDP is not a communist.
Well, I believe that this stream has actually converted me over to communism.
Oh,
and,
no.
Yeah, and I plan to move over to the USSR and praise my motherland.
Oh, by the way, you guys like my new costume? I have a tail.
Yeah, I was gonna comment. The costume is nice.
I have a tail too.
Oh, it's like a full body thing. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yep. I can move the wings by blinking.
Neat.
Alrighty. With that said, thank you guys for watching. This has been LCX and LDP, and we are out. Bye-bye!
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye!
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yum, 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 ni hao, yum. Delicious, delicious in the culture!